Brilliant. Well, there I am. That was wonderful. Let's start up and not have a web camera on, because that would be good. It was working earlier. Hello, everybody. Hopefully everything should be fine. I actually stopped it and started while it was still on the loading screen, because it's just the connection is just ridiculous lately. Anyway, I turned it down, turned everything down. The frame rate seems to be pretty low, so that's good. You get to see all 30 frames of me every fucking second. How is everybody? Ugh, it's freezing. That's all I can say. It's fucking cold. I had the heat on. It was so damn cold. Now I'm starting to get hot now. Should have turned it off earlier. How is Jamie? How you doing? Gosh. It's so comfortable today. Yeah. I don't know what it is when I sit down. I think it's going to start getting hot. Let me actually open this up. This is like more of a going out thing, but I was so cold. I thought, it's so old. It's so cold, and my other jerseys are quite old. They're older than most people who visit this channel. Hello, Open Dragon. How are you doing? Stargate. You mean? Oh, you mean the actual series? Yeah, those I actually watched. It was the same thing over and over. I mean, it's always pretty much the same thing. Hey, hang on a second. Let me just see. Okay. Ignore those test messages up here. I'm just going to send something. I didn't think those would actually come through. I mean, that would... Oh, that's a terrible typo. Crikey. Let me just stop something else. Make those messages go away. That is the top chat is damn it. Let's make sure people know. At least that message will go away. There's a stupid... Oh, it's still there. Oh well, fuck it. Typos are no typo. Yeah, no, for some reason the settings were all gone as well. So I thought, oh well, that's nice. Now I've got to do it just before I go on. Just before I go live, I've got to go and tick all the settings and make it look more or less like it used to. Whatever. So I was sending some test messages to see them pop up. But anyway, the tube of me. Excited, actually. That's very good. Did you make contact? Actually, I haven't spoken to anybody actually for a while. When last I streamed? I can't remember. But no, the Discord hasn't been very active. And I haven't been sending that many private messages. Oh, I've got this book to do. It's like, ugh. Actually, I can show you some of it. Here's the folder. I just need to do... Hank will understand some of it. Now let me use anything else. Open. Anytime. There's always lots of stuff running when I'm streaming. Stand by. We'll wait for it to open. It's slow at the best of times. Let me see if this works. I have to go to the other screen. There we go. Now let me see if I can alternate. Oh. There we go. Let's just do this. Ah, wow, that's great. It's showing me the the chat of YouTube. Now let me switch to this. There we go. See? Fun stuff. This is what your electronic books also, well, they should look like. It's still not finished. The code's still not done properly. But so that's kind of what like I've been doing. See, Lots of fun stuff. It's still nowhere near finished, so that's enough. And let's just switch that over to something that makes sense. Because inevitably we are going to... Yeah, let me show you a pretty planner. Crikey, so many things open. There we go. It's set for later if I have anything on the browser that I need to show. So that's what I've been doing today. Well, it's part of it. And I did it till 4 this morning because I don't like stopping. Nope. Well, I don't think so. The thing is, I don't have a direct mailbox, so it's addressed. It will be addressed to me. I mean, my landlady knows, and it's got the name of my cabin. So regardless, she knows who's who. We got me, we got them, and we got an Asian couple. There's not much mixing up. But so it hasn't arrived today. Normally, when it does arrive, you would normally leave it outside my door. She doesn't even use my post box because I don't get much post, so she's always worried I forget. If she puts it in the post box, she'll forget, and I'll forget. So I just left the chair. There's a chair under the covered porch, so I just left the chair in front of the door in case I don't hear them while I'm still asleep. So it hasn't yet arrived. Hopefully tomorrow. Might do a reading on it today. I'm having some interesting thoughts regarding stuff I'm going through on a romantic level. Okay. We can do that. Hold on. Let me close that down because that's going to take up resources. I didn't shut down anything in the background, did I? Did I? No? Yeah, I think I'd already shut everything down before. I don't need stuff running in the background. I'm feeling a bit distracted today. And it's now winter, and someone is burning the fucking wood that gives me a headache. There's some sort of type of, I don't know, maybe it's peat or I don't know what it is that they burn. And, well, whatever it is, it permeates everything. It's like a sickly sweet smell. And come nighttime, somebody starts to burn that shit. It's a fuck. I hate smoke at the best of times. Rather just be cold. But the smoke, it's not an unpleasant smell. It's like kind of like a sweet smell, but it's, I don't know, it gives me a headache. So I've just basically permanently have a headache. It's fun. So how did the whole living situation? Oh, you mean here? Well, yeah, and it's all paid up. I got the book, so that brought extra money in because nobody, only a few people donated. Hint, people. It was only the people who actually support the channel actually bothered to help. So I thank you guys. That's why it moved. Otherwise, I would have done nothing. Which is why, and now all the new people out there, they just get that fuck off attitude. If you're not going to help, fuck off. It doesn't bother me. I mean, they don't make the bar move, so why should we care about them? It's very simple in life. You get what you give. You give, you get fuck all. Well, yeah, you still get a reading or so. But other than that, you get fuck all. No, nobody fulfills anything. That's the point. I keep explaining to people, they're not cash machines. You have to do it yourself. The whole world's going around going, oh, just relax. Just don't do anything. It'll all be done for you. No, it won't. That's why there's a lot of people who are disappointed. Sorry, it's the way it is. You have to make stuff happen for yourself, one way or the other. So you have to do what you have to do. So I did what I had to do, I suppose. So for the next couple of months, I should be okay. But that's why did you see all that fucking code? And it's not even finished. It's like, oh my God. It's like, because there's no way to do it. I'm too old for you. I like the way people just kid around here. Oh, by the way, I did work on this somewhere in between. I know it looks like nothing. Oh wait, I forgot I haven't even got the camera here, so like it doesn't help me to run my hands underneath it. You see one big darkened square, and you see four little round darkened squares. When the animated background, which is usually on, when that flashes, you'll see the numbers. See, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I don't even know if this is fucking worth the shit. I'm swearing a lot today. I think I've got a cat in the roof. Fuck off, cat. Readings cost. Yeah, this is the new system by Twitchy. I'm still thinking, yeah, it might be. This is just the first screen. I've tried to make it look as close as possible, but the whole idea of this. Actually, I don't know if you can see. Probably can't. I always wonder if you can see me highlighting stuff when I've got the stuff and it's locked out. Probably not. No, I don't think so. So like I can't even do anything because I can't point like that way. The big one, there's a big one over there, and there's a little. Hold on, that way. Just maybe this finger works, and there's like little ones on that way. So those are the 5 overlays that you can have with people. So what I've only done the first one. So the big darkened square, I just did a big darkened square mostly so that like you can position the stuff, and like if someone isn't using it, then at least the placeholder's there. So this means basically 10 new scenes in OBS because it's the only way to do it. I don't know of any other way to do it. So what I've done is so each one of those squares, the big one, and then the little round squares, they are the different people who are waiting to talk or active in the very professional broadcast. And then if I don't know, I still think it's more of a mission that I'm ever going to use. So I've only done the one screen. Then what will happen is like the big one will, if I want to switch to somebody else talking, then the big one will pop down. Well, it won't pop down. It will just look like it's popped down because it's a different scene. And then the person, so like slot 1 will be, at the moment, slot 1 is the big one, 2, 3, 4 on the bottom. Then let's say number 2 is going to have, he's talking or he's going to talk. I can switch to the second scene, which will then switch 1 and 2 around so that 2 is big and the 1 is back to just being a small icon or a video if you use your web camera. I thought this guy's potential, but he's so fucking complicated. Why didn't fucking Twitch do this on their end? Like Stream Elements. So you could have composed it on their end and then you just simply, you have one page. Like, I don't know, like Zoom and places like that, they do this, it's like, so anyway, they're probably going to eventually do that, but, so that's what I've got up. So I'd like to actually have some discussions, so it's not just me all the time prattling on and on and on and on, because nobody likes that. So I thought it'd be nice. So if you guys are interested, I don't have to have experts. Who's a fucking expert anyway? Whoever wants to come on, even, it's pretty much like Discord as well. It's just that it's done through Twitch. So I thought about it was the people that don't want to join a Twitch, a Discord, this might work for them. But then it's such a mission because then you have to have all these extra shit. It's just overcomplicating things. But at the moment, this is what we got. Okay, the only issue is going to be the adverts. I just want to let you know about that. The only issue is going to be the adverts. I'm not sure what to do about them. I thought if people would subscribe, if more people, it's like the bar, just immediately jumped across because like no one donates, no one gives a shit, which is okay. But that's why I was being sarcastic. It's really only the people who are here like all the time. That's why I don't care so much about new people. I treat them with respect, but I don't kiss their asses. Because they don't pay, no one made this bar move except the people who are always here. Again, I thank you. The rest, that's why the rest, I don't give 2 craps. It's not that people have to support to be here, but at least stick around and earn a couple of points so you can redeem something, a free reading. So that, yeah, but it literally was just a few people that made that bar move. And you know what? It helped, but the full bar would have helped. And, nobody really gives a shit, which is the way it is. That's the way it is. So I just have to make money myself. But that means I will just be here less as well because I have to do stuff. I'm surprised I haven't been bitched by someone yet, but I haven't really done money. I've just been doing that book like I showed you the code from a program called Siegel. So the basically like I'm actually quite behind, by now I would be in just checking over mode. But the first day, I can't remember. The first day I had to go out. Second day, I literally just didn't do anything. I just wasn't in the mood. It happens. And I just could not get myself to do it. So I thought, you know what? One day is not going to matter. The next day I did quite a bit, but I'd forgotten. This is a lot of work because it's got a lot of images. It has a lot of images. It's got almost. Actually, I'll show you the Word document. I think actually, I'll open up the Word document. It's not a big secret. I mean, it's going to be published when I am done. Let's open up a Word document. Now I know I had a Word document set up. There we go. It'll probably not be in the right place. Close. Oh, I hate when you click on buttons and nothing happens. It's like I need a new, this was part of the old book. So nothing has been properly, but this is basically the book. So the thing is, it's a lot of work because I get all the images. The last book was a nightmare. I charged double, but that was many years ago. And I would charge anybody else double what I charged him this time around. And he actually didn't even argue. Of course, PayPal takes a huge chunk of the money, so it's great. When you go, yay, I'm going to get X amount, you go, no, I'm going to get minus PayPal's enrichment fund amount. So then, he will send me all the. No, that's not him. That's his friend. If you want to see who he is, there we go. There he is. There's the man himself. And so he sent me all the photographs. That's the problem last time, is that he didn't quite understand what it takes. That's why they come back, because they have to understand, and most people don't. They don't give a shit. They don't understand that it's nothing to them. So he gives me all the images. This time I got some higher quality images. And so I get the images. So then I've got to enhance them. I mean, I don't have to, but I want to, because I want good books. So then I enhanced all the images. So that's 60 times enhancing all the images. Then I've got to do 60 times. Yeah, this is what I've been working on, or pretending to work on. Some days it's been very hard. Then I take all the images and then I have to make them into black and white. But it's not just hitting a button and making black and white, because then you don't get these nice contrasts, because this is going to be printed. So the contrasts have to be. I'm waiting for his graphic. I'm not doing the cover. So his graphic artist that did his last cover, I cropped this bit out of the original cover and I use it on, so and like I said, there are like 60 images. But to make them print properly, you see, you have to go through, you go through the colors, and then you pull the sliders backwards and forwards until you get the nicest contrast between two colors. Because there's the one here. You can still almost not see them. Where is it? It's here somewhere. No, further back. Where's? Oh, it's one of these. It was one of these pictures. It's here. It's towards the end. Maybe it's in this chapter. This one. Now you can't. If I zoom in, you can see. But I really zoom in. You see all those flags, and even then you still can't really see them. But they're all like red and blue, and they all look very, very similar. So the only way is to sit and play with the colors, and then of course you can't fuck up the skies and things. So you play with all the colors to try and get the contrasts out. If I show you the colored one, you would understand. This is the way basically colorblind people see. Well, they don't see because this has been manipulated. So I do all of that. Because then when it prints, it'll print like that. That's what it'll look like. I've actually got, on my blog, I've actually got I did a write-up of his book. He sent me photographs. I actually think he remembered, if I remember, he said he was going to send me a copy. I said, look, don't. Straight after this, I'm basically going to immigrate, and fuck knows where I'm going or what I have. So send it to me in the future. And of course, that never happened either. I would have loved to have had a copy. So this is how it will look when it prints. So then I have to optimize them for print quality. So that's that. And then they have to be reduced for ebook quality. So it's like, this is it. I mean, normally you don't see it that big. You never see a page that big. That's why the text looks big. But so things have to be styled. And I have like these big spaces happening here. I'll highlight it. Here's the thing. Like all of that has to be typeset, which by now I would have been a lot closer to finishing, but it just took me a lot longer. And the thing is, in black and white, you don't see the color, so you need to see the contrast. You need to get this like really attractive black and white. You look at that. But the photographs were very good this time around. He got me some very good photographs. I think he took them mostly of himself because he had all these photographs. Like this is actually red, for example. But the only way to make it this doorway and that stand out is to actually make it very, very pale. So that's kind of what I do when somebody will pay for it. As it is, it's it's a fair amount of money, but it's still not enough for the work that I do. But like I realized doing this again, this is actually such a mission. And like I said, I'm nowhere near finished. And like every single day, I will go through the entire book, which is sitting at how many pages? 320. So every day I'll go through the entire book. First of all, I've got to do the proper typesetting. I actually haven't even started on that. But the thing is, I've got to get everything into the book. Like once he gets me these images, then I'll be replacing them with I've got lots of notes, so don't forget. I've done that. Sometimes I accidentally sent something back. I've got to still stylize this bottom title because this time he's done something. That's his equipment that he takes with him. So this is his trip through Nepal. Actually, if I take you to the cover, yeah, there's also blank pages. That's the way it prints. Oh, boy, it doesn't print. Look, you see, this is why I like these customers. See, I don't have to ask. They just literally send me the book with the stuff in. Hey, Jerry, how you doing? So he literally puts it in. He did it in both the books. So he literally puts me in as part of the credits. Hold on. Okay, so obviously the cover is going to be different, so I need the graphic for that. So this is what he's called it. That's his name, David Smart. The wise woman in Nepal searching the Himalayas for enlightenment and searching in the Himalayas. There should be a comma there, but like I'm not an editor. Well, I am, but just not editing. Although I am, I've already sent a whole lot of corrections, which gives me a hell of a lot more work. But I wanted to be. So this is basically pouring the book into my template. This is actually his old book's template, which I had already created. There's no point in reinventing the wheel. And then you've got to go through and hyphenate and edit to get rid of all, like you see, like this line here. Way too many big spaces if you look at it. So, like you do something like this, which doesn't look good. I don't like it. You see, you hyphenate it, but now the spacing becomes a lot more even. So I don't like that. So like I've got a different solution for that. But I haven't yet started. So this is the thing, and I don't do it automatically because it looks terrible. Automatic hyphenation is terrible, like this here, for example. That's a straight off hyphenation. So, hold on, I need to actually reach across. See, now see, I'll do it and then undo it. You see, now see how much more even the chapter. Like this here needs to be fixed. There's lots to do. And I never do two hyphens straight after each other. But now if I undo it, look what happens. Look at all the big spaces. So that's the typesetting. In the old days, there'd be a man with a box with little letters, and you'd be putting them in like these planks. That was a print run, and then they need the letters. So they say, well, take them all the letters out one by one, put them back in the boxes, and, A's, B's, C's. And then they do the next book, and then they print it. They would run it through the paper and the ink through over the letters and print. Now, of course, we do it digitally. Let me put this away. So yeah, that's just what I've been doing. That's one of the things I do when I have business. And these old customers of mine, they want the books to look as good as they do. Like I shouldn't even really be showing you this. I mean, he hasn't even seen this. But he will see it shortly. He will see when it's ready to be seen, in total. Because then they start saying, "Oh, but there's a space here. Oh, yeah," because it's not finished. That's why you don't see it. But I thought you might be interested. You might be interested in seeing how did Jerry? How did the interview thingy go? It's happened already. It was going to be this week, I think. So that's kind of what I do. when I get the work. So that's the typesetting. So I literally go line by line by line by page. Like for example, when you get to the bottom of the page, let me find a really horrible one. I never ever leave one like this. This is a good one. See? Now if you look here, closer together. Okay, you never ever have one. Well, you do. You have it in most books because people don't typeset. They format the book. It's like taking something, pour it into a jug of water into smaller containers and saying you're done. That's not the way it works. I mean, it is the way most people work. So like I've got to find a solution. Like I've got to somehow get either two words onto the next one. Interference is back. My phone's not anywhere near there. You mean interference on the mic? I don't have anything near the mic's receiver thingy. I don't know. There's nothing there. Everything around it is off. Yeah, eventually I'll get another mic. I actually still haven't emailed him. He went, well, I'm on the results to see if I got in or not. Next week I'll hear. Yeah, I'm sure you will get in. So like this one's a terrible art because now imagine now this is actually between this page and this page. This page is actually on the back of this page. So like you read, bring us closer. Then what? Then you turn the page together. Now in your brain you're seeing it together, but when you're reading it, it's horrible. It's horrible because and then I do that sometimes. Like I go, okay, what? When I read one word by itself, I've forgotten what the other sentence is. I have to someone's actually page back to see. So you never do that because they've brought us. But if you read closer together, you'll remember the rest of the sentence. So this is typography. This is typesetting, as it was used to be called. So you do that. Like see this. I've got. You see this big space here? This is because I was adjusting some stuff. So. This actually is got to go in the space, but it doesn't fit. So I haven't fixed it yet because, for example, there's a couple of things that could happen. Like you see all these spaces here. That's why I don't get to it until I get to it. Hey, Dappy, how you doing? How you doing, Dappy? But you see all the spaces here. So all of these spaces here means that it's going to pull up. So I'm hoping when I get there and I'm doing proper typesetting that this will go back into. If not, I'll crop out a teeny tiny bit of the roof because it's unimportant. Then that should pull it up into the spot. That's again all the typesetting. How do you know it's Nepal? Does it say on here somewhere? Yeah, it's a client of Kathmandu. Yeah, it's a customer, an old customer of mine. It's his second book, so he sent it to me to get the book ready for publication. So I was just going through showing people like what I do. Like what I'm doing when I'm not here at the moment. It'll be for the next week or two, and just basically going through and fixing like this. This needs a hyphen. See, I don't particularly like hyphens, so I tend to avoid them where I can. I have some techniques for it. No, my customer wrote this. You see, look at all those spaces. I got to fix that somehow, but you start at the top. You don't start at the bottom. I just did that now because I've seen it already, so I've already hyphenated that one. But if you do auto, the documents have auto hyphenation, it's terrible. It still doesn't typeset. It still doesn't. Like there are actually settings for orphans, so that it never ever leaves a single word, etc. on the other page. But I actually may have that turned off because it doesn't always work. Sometimes you need the lesser of two evils, and automatically it just does automatically. It doesn't think. You can't because it's not for sale. Not even when the customer has it. Well, he has the original. He doesn't have this. Not yet, and he's paid for it. He will have it when it's ready. But if you want, his name is David Smart. The book's called. It is called. Let me go up to the top. It's called True Nature. And if you look up David Smart, he's on Amazon. The pictures will change as well. I'm waiting for his graphic designer. Yeah. I don't think he'd mind too much. It's good. You see, it's good promotion for him. Although he doesn't know this, but I was actually thinking, because I've read some of it. It's like he's quite a spiritual person as well. So I might tell him when we're done there. Actually, was showing people I was getting him pre-sales. But that's him. That will be the book. It should be available. I don't know how long it'll take him to publish it, but for me, it'll be another week. It'll be about a week before I'm done. He's got the first one as well. His first one's called oh heavens, oh Christ, I can't remember. I haven't, and I don't have a copy of it. It's on my hard drive. Oh, god damn it. The travel. Jeez, I can't remember now. How terrible. I'm the one that did it. Pay no attention. It's called The Traveling Something or other. Forget now. The audio, no. I don't know I actually don't know if he does audio. I don't think so. He might have done the audibles because he's on Amazon. He's using the Amazon platform to publish. So the first one, David Smart, the first one will be there. It's called, shit, I can't for the life of me remember. Actually, I think I know how to find out. But you want? I don't think I'll show you. Because I think. I actually don't have any tags in the book. God damn it, I can't for the life of me remember now. And I just saw it a little while ago. Wait. It will still be in the meta tags of the old document because I haven't changed that yet. Let's say it's the traveling. Something like that. It was through. Let me just see. You can look at the meta tags. The trail provides. Actually, this is it's the trail provides, and it's when it's his experience hiking through the Pacific Crest Trail, and this one is here. It's basically, as far as I haven't read much of it yet because, like I said, I do get to read quite a bit of it when I'm actually typesetting because I have to keep reading it. Like I had to. Those pictures that you saw have to be positioned, and because it's not an electronic book, it's easy in an electronic book. But you see, they have to be placed in a page. It's like you saw that one that I was showing you, that one, but this one will eventually pop back up here. But for example, he might have stuck it in here, like here, or stuck it in there, and it doesn't fit. Well, actually, no, he would have actually stuck it. He would have put it probably like here, but then it doesn't fit. So you have a big blank space here, like I have at the moment, which will be fixed when I'm done. So then I have to move everything around. Anyway, let me enough of David's book. That's David Smart, True Nature. That will be coming out shortly. It'll be electronic and it'll be in print. So anyway, that's kind of what I do when I get the work. Most people will not pay me, so I was like, fuck off. What, you think I'm going to do this? Do you think I'm going to spend my years of experience doing this? Like, how about you ask your heart surgeon for a discount when he's operating on your heart? You go ask him that. Let me know what he tells you. Let me know what his answer is to you. So that's why I don't get a lot of work. Because people just won't pay, and I say, and you're damn lucky, because if you actually went to somebody, eventually I'll actually just put my prices up to the point I actually won't do any work. I'll put them up to what they should be. When I no longer need the work, I'll just put them up. I will only do boutique books or old customers, people who are prepared to pay. It's a lot of hard work, and I haven't got my big screens now, so now my voice, I don't have the voice for that, and it's a lot of hard work. It's not just reading the book. You can't and then carry on reading. You can't do that. You can't all the time. So I have the same thing for independent computer repairs. No longer need the work, so you're going to be paying. Yeah, absolutely. The thing is, like, I'm not a kid. If you want it done cheap, go to Fiverr. There's plenty of scammers on there that will take your money and give you a piece of shit. And then you will come to my website and say, "Oh, can you fix it?" And I will say, "No, fuck off, you stupid dumb." No, I don't. But in my head, I do, because I say, "No, fuck you. You went and paid somebody else to do a shitty job. They did a shitty job, and then you want to pay me like a tenth of what I charge to fix their shitty job." No, that ain't gonna happen, because I don't know what the hell they've done. Coughing on make yeah, that's the thing. So it's a professional thing. I contemplated doing some of my own books, but yeah, ugh. And then it's not that you need to have a proper sound booth. Like my stupid mic broke, the really nice expensive one, which I must still email them about. I've just got the cheap one now, so it's like, and you ideally need a sound booth, or close to a sound booth. You can't just record it anywhere. You kind of have to know what you're doing. I had contemplated reading some of my books online, but nobody ever says yes or no, so I can't be bothered. I just haven't been bothered about it. We'll see what the future brings. I do enjoy, I must be honest, I do enjoy putting the books together and then having them out there. It's like, like I actually don't really generally see them because they live overseas. I'm trying to remember who the hell offered to send me a copy. Which one? It's sort of some of my clients often. I said, "Look, guys, listen." I think it was actually David, and I said, "Look, yeah, I'd love a copy. I really would. I would put it on my bookshelf. I really would. I would love to have a copy of it. But the thing is, like, I'm about to immigrate. God knows what's going to happen. This book definitely has to be released soon. Why? What's so important?" I mean, I don't know. That's what I'm asking. It will be ready when I'm ready. That's one of the agreements. They also because it's me. I'm not sure I understood. That's also that's another one of my things. If you don't agree to it, piss off. I say to them, you won't get it before a week to a week and a half. And that's to buy me time. Because sometimes I just don't feel like doing it. I'm sorry, I just don't. I mean, imagine doing that 12 hours a day. It's like, sometimes I don't feel like doing it. So I don't. I mean, I do. Most of the work, we get a coffee tonight. Whoa, okay, that one wants to come out. I'm not arguing with that one today. I honor my self-worth by asking for what I want and how much I'm worth. But actually, this goes with what I'm saying. Hold on. Do we want to focus today? Today? Any time? Focus? Yeah. Which is true. Yeah, no, but it's absolutely true, because there are plenty of people on Fiverr not doing this. I mean, not doing what I'm doing. I'm saying not doing this. It doesn't matter. Even if oh, this seems like really crooked today. Let me turn the board, because this is going to bug me the whole night. Right. It looks centered at me. It looks centered at the screen. It's all good. There's a lot of people on Fiverr who have prostituted themselves to make peanuts. I know, because I tried it, and even in my reduced prices on there, I almost never got work, because people they will go to the cheapest person. Good. Go to the cheapest person, go support slave labor, and then be happy with a piece of shit. Because a lot of people are. They go, "Oh, this is great. And I saved a fortune." I said, "Yeah." And it shows. It's wonderful. Oh, no. Only people who know what they're doing will know what it looks like. I had a customer's book. She asked me to redo a haul of her books. She doesn't even look at it. She doesn't care. She literally, to her, it just looks like a business. I even think she had gotten somebody else to write some of the books. So I get the one book, because she was updating everything. So she, you know, I was actually doing very, very cheap prices because I was doing like half and half. Because I've been doing this for many years, I can literally typeset a book very quickly, but not going line by line. So what I do is I just literally, it's like turning the page quickly. And every time I see something, I stop and I fix it. And I just do that a few times, and more or less everything is, yeah, probably like 80 to 90% fixed. So I was doing that to all of her books, and I was restyling everything. They all look exactly the same. Well, at least until she decides she was going to do them herself. And then adding at the back, she wanted specific stuff added at the back and everything. And the one book was literally went through like Justified. Then halfway through the book, it became central, left aligned. Then it became center aligned. Then it was. I said, I don't know if this was on purpose or not. I said, but like, I have to ask you because I don't know what to do with this book. She said, oh yeah, I don't know. Just fix it. So it literally like took me twice the amount of work because I had to try and figure out what the fuck it was. It was just that it all went bonkers, and it was just left. Nobody checked it. Fiverr has two categories. You can either get extreme bare minimum service of $5. Yeah, I know. No, I know Fiverr very well. I've been on there for ages. I just closed. I don't think I closed my account. I just made it dormant. And they also had the Fiverr Pro version, which like you had to jump through so many hoops. I'm going, fuck off. I said I've never made a single cent through Fiverr. I did. No, was it Fiverr? I don't know if it was Fiverr. I made some money through some of the others. I said, what the hell would I? Who followed? Somebody followed. That was fun. Hey, Marie B, how you doing? Thank you for the follow. So it said, like, why would I jump through all these fucking hoops when I've never received a single cent? All you've done is actually waste my time. I've done all these like nice promos, all these images, written all this bullshit. Hi, Spiritual. The queue is still closed. Can I open up the clue now? The clue is now opened. Let me change the alerts because this is important because everybody reads this on the screen. I'll open up the queues now. Open. What was I saying? I've forgotten. Oh well, probably wasn't important. Oh yes, and I wanted, and I'd spent so much time. You guys are gonna get people so confused with all the commands. This is. They're gonna get so fucking confused. They're gonna literally think anything works, which is why I don't tell them. I tell them hello because that's what it says here. You see, the official rules say hello, which was no. There's a limit. There's a limit to my patience. I added a few in because they amused me. But yeah, there's a limit on those. So I eventually on Fiverr I just gave up. I said no. Okay, I'm not doing this. This is for idiots. You know, the thing is, I like books. I love books. So I want to produce a good book. I'm not interested in these people that want to produce a book for $5. No. Hey Ghost, how you doing? So I just gave up. But I used to. It was the ones I did get some people per hour. That one I got some work from. That one I actually got a few customers from that one. In fact, the one actually went on to kind of be a bit of a friend, and I did the covers for one book, and then she got a publisher, so then they didn't use the covers, even though she wanted to use my covers. She really did because they were good. And he said no. Because publishing houses do that, you see. Publishing houses want all their books to look exactly the same, so they know it's their publishing house. They don't give a shit about authors. 7 card. You need to be in the queue first. Oh, you are in the queue first. Oh, Spiritual Baddie. I thought Spiritual Baddie was the first one. Okay. 7 card general reading. Yeah, so I eventually got to the point I realized I've done books for doctors. I've done books for historians. I've done books for ministers. I've done books for like teachers. It's like, why would I be on Fiverr? Nothing, no good's ever going to come of it. State of the relationship reading. I'm assuming you have a relationship. Otherwise, it doesn't really work. Trying Kofi for the first time, got an unknown error, now my payment hangs. Yeah, if you Manny had that. If you try the weird thing, um, where you do some check or something, like that I don't know. That I have no control over. Let me see if anything's popped up on my end. Let's just see. Now I've just got coffee notifications. November challenge: share your coffee shop. Add the post 40 products you can sell in your coffee shop. Alrighty. Let's see if I've got any alerts, because I think like with because the payment either goes through or doesn't go through. If it doesn't go through, then it's refunded. So because they don't really process anything. All they do is it just goes directly to PayPal or to Stripe. I think you can also do things through Stripe, and I think Stripe screws you over less. We really need an alternative, but since nobody will use cryptocurrencies, then, and I mean, coffee doesn't really have a way to pay with cryptocurrencies. Oh, no, I'm not seeing any message, so I wanted to see if there was anything that popped up. I'm not getting anything. I haven't received anything. So I think what happens is the payment bounces, fails, and then if it's taken out of your account, it's refunded. By the way, Manny, did you get the refunds for those things that you those, I think it was either one or two donations that you okay. I actually forgot. I'm just remembering now, because if not, you need to follow it up. You see, the thing is that they don't do the banking side per se. They just literally create an interface, and then your donation, like whatever it is that you've done, automatically goes through to PayPal, which is nice because you don't have to wait the whole month to get the thing. But then they don't really have much processing on. It could be. I still don't think it should take 2 days. I always find, they're very quick to take the money, but they're very slow to give you it back. It's like, no. It's like, how is it possible you can take the money like instantaneously from my bank account, but you can't put it instantaneously in somebody else's bank account? You just keep it and earn interest for 2 days, and then you charge for a fee for you to earn interest. It's like, fuck off. So anyway, my apologies. I don't have any control over that. Eventually, I'd like to. You see, with checkout, what's it called? Crypto checkout. I forget now the exact name. I've posted the link before. They actually allow you, for example, they do a conversion. So, like if you have to pay me X amount, you put in the X amount, it'll do the conversion into cryptocurrency and then send the cryptocurrency on to me. So it's really it can't be that easy. It doesn't have to be overly complicated. No, but they take it out of your money, your bank account instantaneously. So if they can take it out of your bank account, they can put it in somebody else's bank account just as quickly. Henk, I don't make any excuses for the banking industry. They are the problem that we have now a solution. They've designed the crash. And by the way, if you guys still have money in your bank account, I'm just saying, it's every day it gets closer and closer to some banks collapsing. It's not long now. No, that's what I was saying. Coffee doesn't. Coffee Tribulator. You need to type !hello. That's what the bot has posted you. Here we chat. We don't just do. Okay, you need to stop just issuing any kind of command. You're in the queue already. Hey, Hank, thank you. Oh, you put in the script. Oh, wow. Fantastic. That's the first one. Yeah, no, I shouldn't say that. But I don't care. If people don't like it, tough shit. It is the first one. Hank is the first in everything. Yay, look at that. I'll show you the pit. I don't know if there's anything private on there. I don't think so. I'm excited because I don't care. Look, see? There's the first one. See? And I shared with you. That's why around here we do things differently. Okay, this is the first one. He's also the first one who sent me something from my wish list. So thank you. It's coming today or tomorrow. Today, I don't know. It's possible it's down the main house. But if it is, I'll get it tomorrow. So tomorrow we will have, hopefully, if the postage is not fucked up, Henk sent me the Celtic liniment. So I'm looking forward to that. Did the bar move? Oh yeah, no, but this won't affect the bar. This is just a subscription. Right, now I should probably turn that off because the other page is my back end. Wow, the first one. Now I've just got to figure out something with the adverts thing. Well, if I had a few, I'll just turn off all the ads. Whatever. Sorry, I'm just doing it for the first time because this actually is, there's payments. Okay. Thank you, Hank. That's how you do it. Unfortunately, I still have not fixed the screen. It's half done. So this is going to reflect, and I'm actually going to put more just to kind of compensate for. And I'm also thinking I need to do like I used to have, is run all the adverts in one spot and then run like just take a break. And I've just got to remember to watch it. No, you will still get ads even if you were a mod, because otherwise I was hoping that with the VIP making the people oh yeah, well yeah, Hank Hank doesn't need a VIP badge. I just remember because he's already a mod, so he's already got access to the subscriber only streams. Besides, also nobody's told me yet. What do you guys prefer? Should I do one day a week just subscriber only? He coded it himself. That smoke is giving me such a headache. This is a nightmare in Ireland. I don't know if it's the peat. I don't know if it's peat or if it's because they still get like these big peat blocks. Oh, anyway, so that's going to be updated. I'm actually thinking of what I can add to coffee as over and above Twitch, because really Twitch doesn't pay. It doesn't pay anything. But the subscriptions and that are really quite peanuts. Link my Discord. I don't think you need to link your Discord to coffee, do you? I don't think so. I'm not sure how it works on the other end. I've set up everything, so basically everything on Discord works exactly the same. So it's basically got the two systems coming in through. I renamed all the subscribers, so subscriber 1, 2, everything's exactly the same, whether you're subscribed on Twitch or on Coffee, except that you get a bit more on Coffee. Well, not at this point in time. I need to add more stuff in, but it means I also get a little bit extra. So instead of getting, like, for example, like a Prime Gaming subscription gives me 80 cents a month. It's not really a lot. Not that I'm greedy, but I'm saying it really isn't a lot. Yeah, it will assign the coffee, because you either have to have the coffee or the Twitch one. You have to have one of them so you can get put into those the subscriber only streams. If you want to give me subscriber roles. Oh yeah, no. Oh, so sorry. I think that's an older comment. That's already all done. I did it when I set them up. Hey, no, it's a wildflower. Did you wake up? Tier 1 might bug tomorrow. What's that mean? Because Twitch might remove what Coffee added. No, they're independent. Tier 1. No. What it does is Twitch is the one that does it set it up. So you have subscriber 1, 2, and 3, and then you have the Twitch subscriber and the Coffee subscriber. So if you subscribe on Coffee, you get the Coffee subscriber. If you're on, you don't get Coffee, but you get the Coffee. If you're on Twitch subscriber, you get the Twitch subscriber plus the level. And both of them is the same thing. So if you subscribe tier 1, you get into tier 1, you get labeled tier 1. Coffee as well. Whichever one you subscribe to will give you the tier. No, you will get the level. You will automatically, I don't know, let me see. Since you are the guinea pig. Hold on, let me see there. You should have, hold on, where are you? Where are you? Let's see you on the Discord. Maybe you are down here. Okay. No, you subscribe to both. I mean, you've got tier 1 at the moment. You've got the Twitch subscriber and the Coffee subscriber because you've overlapped them, but you're still in at tier 1 because no matter whether you go through Coffee or you go through Twitch, you get assigned. It actually doesn't matter because the benefits on Discord are pretty much the same. I mean, what else am I going to do? Have a hangout, etc. But it's like, so that was mostly because of. But if the level rank is the same, then my Twitch sub. No, I shouldn't think so. If it does, it's I see what you're saying. Automatically unassign you the. Just remind me tomorrow. I'll have a look. That'll be an interesting, and that will be the same for Jamie as well. So that's interesting. I hadn't thought about that. So tomorrow, just remind me to have a check and see if it does actually, in fact, remove them. Then as people move over, I need to actually manually go in and make sure that is manually assigned. But from Coffee, it assigns it automatically. But I hadn't thought about that if you are subscribed on both sides. So that's the thing, and that's why I actually must get the sheet up. Also, they're actually talking about that since everybody's trying to get into the queue and not using the word hello. We can keep them waiting. What kind of benefits do you guys want? Because I mean, I don't really know, especially for Coffee. I mean, Twitch is Twitch. I'm not going to add any more benefits to Twitch because people don't subscribe on here anyway. Really, they just. And it only pays half of what, or even less than what you get on Coffee. So, like, what would be things that you'd be interested in? Like, I've asked this before, but nobody ever really replies. Like, we can do a hangout on Twitch. Like, when I'm working, we can still hang out. I can just put the earphones on, the microphone on, and I can still be working. I can still be working and listening to you guys. And unless I can't, then at that point I'll mute everything while I'm doing whatever I'm doing. But like, nobody ever really replies. Pretty Coca, you need to type exclamation mark hello, like here on this, like there. But that's a good one actually. I 10 out of 10 for that one, saying hello. And then Twitch subscriptions normally add channel points out of, yes, that they do. There's nothing I can do about that. Yeah, that's what I'm saying is I want to give more benefit to Coffee. I just haven't had. It's just really in the subscribers. The rest stays the same. It's just the subscribers. Yeah, no, we changed that a while back. It stops people from just coming in and joining the queue without conversation. We like conversation around here, so the queue usually doesn't open for at least an hour. And now we're discussing my future, so it's very important. Now we're talking about the community because we got coffee. The subscriptions at coffee on. I'm trying to move everything over to coffee because honestly, I don't make much money out of Twitch at all. So I would actually like to get rid of all the advertising and everything, which would mean that the free people won't get any adverts, but that's okay as long as I'm getting some money in. And your Q bot may not like the new styles. It doesn't really matter. Oh yes, you're talking about the subscription. Yeah, I'll just have to I'll just have to manually do it. And you're welcome to remind me as well. It's the Q bot is already not working properly. Look, if I it only stays on for 50 seconds. Let me get that. Yeah, I'll show you. Okay, this was almost a waste of time. Okay, like look, if I used to have followers only, okay, it switches everything off. It never used to. If I put subscribers prioritized, it switches everything else off. It's like the fuck. Like why did I pay for a lifetime license of this and now they've changed it? Now it doesn't work properly anymore. No, I don't want ongoing extra hassle. If it works, also I can't view it. I also can't. I like having because I can't type. I'm too far for typing. Oh, what did I have again? So what I've done today, I just ran followers and subscribers prioritized. But that is nothing I can do about it. But however, there's no perfect system, and unfortunately, Twitch just doesn't pay. Twitch doesn't takes half of the money, and then I mean, not that I'm blaming people for subscribing with their Prime memberships, but that pays like 80 cents a month. It's like hard. It's literally not worth it. That's why I'm contemplating actually just taking all the adverts off. If people subscribe, they don't. When I'm not here because I'm actually off somewhere else earning a living, like I've been doing with the book that I was showing earlier. Right, let me switch this back. I've got such a headache. I wish I could find whoever it is that's burning that's got this fucking smoke fires and just go throw a bucket of water down the chimney. Oh, it gives me such a headache. He's so annoying because it's smoke, so you can't get rid of it. I know it's not my landlord's because they've got their own heating system, but they don't make fire. Well, anyway, we can discuss the IRC bots and all that. However, I don't want to have endless hassles with it. That's all. Like, I want to be able to run it, not have to keep tweaking it every 5 minutes and having a break every 5 minutes. Another issue is that I can't actually see the queue, so we have to keep calling up a list unless it produces the same or a similar HTML win. Like, I like this list because I have it cropped. I open up the window, people can actually see, even though they still keep typing list, even though it's on the screen, they're still typing list as it's on the screen. Yeah, there might be a thing. So it can import it to a list instead of, because that's like, for example, this is just a text file as well. I mean, not the top, obviously the top is stylized, but the rest is just a text file that I actually need to update some of those notes. I think I did add in the coffee. No, I haven't added. Oh, there we go. Yeah, like support us through coffee. So then the list could update, but it's still will it update in terms of subscribers though? Because that's easy to do. I just replace this queue that I paid for with a simple text file. I mean, it's stylized. That's not a problem. But how does your bot know whether somebody's a subscriber or not? Oh, you know what? I don't know if it can. You see, the thing is, then the people who subscribe on Coffee are going to get the VIP badge. That's the one way I can get them into the subscriber-only streams. That and another way, which we don't speak about publicly because then those people come in anyway. So that's something to look at. But that's the thing. Like when you subscribe on Coffee, it tells you'll get a VIP badge. Not because you're very important. It's just a way of of getting you into the subscriber only streams or subscriber readings only streams. I'm still not entirely sure today. I'm thinking of making one day a week is just subscriber readings. Either what I used to do every like second week or so, having a subscriber only stream completely, where it is only subscribers, or have one day a week where only subscribers can get readings. Other people can join and chat, but they can't get readings unless they subscribe on Coffee and now that's all manageable with the VIP badges, because the VIP badges will allow them to join the streams as subscribers would. It still doesn't help with the whole sorting of the list. That was the big advantage of the queue, which is why I bought the license for it, is because it would technically sort it out. Now it's sorted out. Now I realize. Now I just remember. That's why because Manny was first. I'm going because I've forgotten. Today I switched off followers only, and I just let it just sort it out by followers and subscribers. I thought, I remember Spiritual Baddie was first, and I remember now it's optimized. It's sorted. Yeah, it's just the whole problem with the whole tickets thing is having to explain to I don't want to explain to people over and over and over and over and over every night how they can get, unless I suppose it could spit out a notice, but most people are not interested. It's just too much a complication. I mean, I like the system. It's just overly complicated for what we need. And if I have to stop readings every 5 minutes to explain to people, I'd rather just manually manage the queue myself. It's just a matter of remembering. It will still come in the order that people joined. They just get moved up if they're subscribers. I mean, listen, this is not going to get out of control where I have like 1 million subscribers. So before that happens, there's a lot of time will go before that happens at all. Oh, I have such a headache now. And at night they start pumping out, and the colder it is, that whoever it is that burns this weird wood, it gets worse. It just I don't know what to do, because there's nothing I can do about it. It just gives me a migraine. You'll put a big cork on the chimney. You like the fucking smoke so much? Yeah, keep it in your house, little fucker. I'm just very prone to smell. Certain smells give me migraines. When I lived in Cape Town, the side door opened fairly close to the neighbor, and if they went to shower, they used some really fucking horrible, either aftershave, underarm or something. It was revolting, and the chemicals in it would give me a splitting migraine. So as soon as I heard the shower going, I would go and close the door. So the smell would, at least it would be much less, because I would get a splitting migraine. Right, now I need to check. Manny did a 7 card. Then Special Baddie did relationship reading. I'm trying to read the points. And those of you that joined that don't know what you're doing, let me put this back on, because I've been pretty slack about it. But there's a 3 card reading for your questions. But if you want more in depth, just redeem it. You don't have to be here that long. You can redeem and it's all in the redemption. If you click on the button, it'll pop up. If you have any questions, you can ask. Okay, so I do wish I didn't have a headache. I think I can only but imagine how horrible it must be inside the house with that smell. I mean, it's a smell. It's like a sweet smell, so it's not that bad. It's just I would die if I had to live inside the house with the headache. Okay. Let me just double check that anything's happening on. I actually missed Hold on, I missed some people on. Let me just see if they're still there on YouTube. We're so busy discussing the channel. I think that the person's not there anymore. Nope, I think the person's gone anyway. Yes or no? It's like yes or no. I'm out of here. And can I type the answer? No. If you're still there, I'm sorry, but I'm very far from the keyboard, so I'm sorry, I cannot be typing. And we have a queue, so if you want to be in the queue, let me know that you're still on YouTube, and I will add you to the queue manually. But you need to be in the queue. Right. So Luna Rose, I'm not sure if you're still there. If you're there on YouTube, just send me a comment. I'm busy with this. I think I showed you the queue now. That's the current queue. I'm going to start the readings now. So Manny, this is for you. Okay, let me close work windows down. I still had that job. The book that I'm editing is opened. I think I've closed everything. What's this one? Yeah, that's. No, because not replying. So I'm not adding people to the queue who don't reply. YouTube unfortunately has this audience of 5 seconds. If I don't get an immediate answer, then it's your loss. I'm leaving. So, and because we were discussing stuff, I wasn't monitoring the. Oh, let me use these new cards. So there's no answer from YouTube. So then you don't get a reading. I do apologize, but we were discussing some stuff and I wasn't reading the chat much while we were talking. So it's the unfortunate side of it. But I like that it kind of. Right, let me do the cards and then I'll carry on chatting. Otherwise, it's just going to not go well. Then I need one more. And it's probably all off the screen, but I can't see with my notes over it. Ah, look at that. Nice Ace of Hearts. It's probably all off the screen. Oh, I wish I had my screens. I'm so tired of working on teeny tiny little screens. Yeah, these are the ones they had the voucher, and I was waiting for my didn't come in. So which is well because I spent less money. So they are similar to the. They're similar to the dark ones. They're basically like the sister cards, but they were only ones that they were like cheap enough that I could get through because they had the £5 off 15. That's like a third off. So I bought them and I bought something else, something small that I wanted. You would like them, but they're down there. I can't reach. Unfortunately, I can't get those small containers anymore. So they had 3, and I think they were also reduced. So I got. This is a Manny reading, so we have to do. So I got 3 colored little ones. So at least now I've got enough for the cards. I don't really like the colored ones, but I cannot get the clear ones. Nobody's got nobody's got these little ones that fit the cards. No one's got them in clear. I've only got the 3 original ones I got years ago. So I thought these are not too bad. So at least serves a purpose. And I put like the blue ones in the blue ones, so it kind of, it kind of makes sense. Then I know which pack is in which box. Right. So let me do this reading, because today I see it's going to be one of those very slow days. Let me just make the. Yeah, no, that person's gone from YouTube. I like the back of the black one. Yeah, I find the back is a little bit Oh, I have to keep doing this, and it keeps undoing all my windows. I find the back with the back of these sort of it's actually like a blue. It's like a dark blue. It's not quite black. It's it's like a dark blue. I find the back very simplified. But is it today with focus? So, but the cards themselves are quite nice. And like I said, these are inexpensive. These ones, they're court cards. They're just like the red ones. But I prefer these. There was another. They've got another one. It's similar, but I didn't like the way they handled the court cards. Why is this not focusing today? Jesus, give me strength. Anyway, it's like a moving paint. Yeah, it's like a swirl. It's like an infinite, kind of like an infinity symbol. This one's called they're both called the stargazing, except that's called stargazing. That's called stargazing sunspot. These. But I'd wanted to get the two because I quite like that one. I'm going to shock me. You're going to shock me. I'm going to shock myself. Okay, fine. We'll both shock me. Yeah. You started doing cartomancy. Oh, I do like them. They're still very slippery. They're not slippery. They're not like slippery like plastic, but they're still very like these have now. They're still very slithery more compared to the others. The linen on these ones is like, but they're very slithery. It's like you pick them up, they just like kind of spread everywhere. But I do like them a lot. I needed more packs, so that one was inexpensive. And how are you doing, Jamie? Are you over your period of feeling ill? Right, I'm going to focus on this one, so I'm not going to get anywhere today. Literally. I mean, there was a lot of stuff to discuss. I feel like I still can get some answers on some stuff, like kind of benefits and things that people want, for coffee, specifically for coffee and that. But I'd be very glad to take things off onto coffee or even to another platform. But unfortunately, we don't have another platform right now, and Twitch is seriously on the clampdown. So I'm thinking coffee could, in some ways, be it would just mean manual. I would have to keep a manual list. I mean, I know the people that I know that normally support, but this, for example, the coffee system could be taken anywhere. If you know, it doesn't have to be on Twitch. It could even be done just through Discord and nothing else. I was thinking about doing Odyssey as well, but the point is, like, no one on Odyssey supports me. Like, I don't have a lot of followers or anything. So, like, why would I'm just thinking. There's not. I don't think there's enough of a demand there to be. Like even with Twitch. With YouTube, I don't have enough followers on it to justify. Although it did pick up the streaming, there did pick up a few followers, but most people just come in. They want a reading. I'm important. My time is important. I'm here for 10 seconds. I want an answer now, or I'm leaving. Okay, bye. So I'm sorry, YouTube, but this is our community. This is not a Twitch thing. Or this is not a YouTube thing. We just don't do it that way. Well, that's not technically true because, I suppose maybe not moving adverts, but Odyssey does have adverts. The problem is that, like, I'm not sure about the connection rate of the theory of running 3 different connections going out. I mean, two the machine is handling okay. I'll probably actually already put up the quality, the settings back up to what I had them before. Usually I find the disconnection and reconnection works. Let's just try this and see. Let's see if it starts to buffer, because I need to experiment as well. So let me see. I had 0.1% drop frame rates at running at a low. So let me know how the stream starts going now, if it starts to stutter, buffer, etc. I prefer to stream at a higher quality because everything looks nicer. So Seems to be holding. It's just this thing. If I disconnect and reconnect, sometimes it's fine. It's not even the internet connection. It's just something between Twitch and OBS. Ideally, you have one upload out and then split. Yeah, but I'm not interested in paying for. See, like, I may as well not actually stream to YouTube. Do you understand? For me to pay to have one person come in per stream and demand a reading or they're leaving, it's not worth it. And if you're watching this video post dated, come in and support the channel, and we will do readings for you. But self-entitled people don't get readings around here, whether it's on Twitch or whether it's on YouTube, wherever it is. So, I mean, ideally, that's where I would go, is to do the restream. But like, I'm not spending money that I don't have for people who don't support this channel. I'd rather just not stream to YouTube. I do it as well because then it's archived there. One of the reasons is even if people don't watch, it does save the VOD there. So that's quite nice as well. That's one of the reasons why I also do. And you never know, it's a different type of audience on YouTube. And honestly, I want to pick up more private readings. So that's why I thought I haven't got time to record videos for YouTube. So I thought this gives YouTube momentum in the meantime until I do have time. Oh, that smoke is something else. Oh. You know, everybody's always bleating on and on about the earth and this and that. This should not be allowed. You should not be burning. In fact, where I come from, there's a ban against smoke fires in cities. You cannot just be burning shit. It doesn't matter what it is. It doesn't matter how sweet it smells. You cannot be burning crap in town. Here, anything goes. You could set your car on fire for warmth, and that probably just nobody would give a shit. This gives me a splitting migraine. Anyway, Manny, let's focus. No, right. There'll be no more discussion about the channel until afterwards. Otherwise, Manny needs to go to bed. And it's getting later and later. Okay, so you're in hermit mode. Now, don't get upset. You're in like kind of withdrawn. You're kind of looking at the card representing you, kind of in like a bit drawn. You know, not necessarily hermit card, but it's like you're still in that sense where like I can do it all myself. I don't need anybody to help me with stuff that I know how to do. So in a way that blocks anybody from helping you, because that's the signal you send out. Well, that's interesting. Most of the cards surrounding it are incredibly positive. So let me see that one there. The reason why I see it, I don't see it as a need to spend more time on it. I see it as a reason to open up more, is because as the external challenge, you've got the comfort zone that you need to break out of. It's a 4 of spades, so it's not particularly a comfortable comfort zone, but it literally means shaking things up, like work, trying to get out of that situation. As an internal challenge, we've got the Ace of Diamonds, which it's a very social card. So that's the internal challenge. So now you understand why I'm saying you're kind of in withdrawal mode a little bit. Now, it's not opening yourself up to change. I'm not sure. I mean, it's a general reading, so I don't know. I'm not sure on what level, what change it is that you need to do. You've got a lot of diamonds here, so I'm assuming this is about work. Okay, we'll go on the assumption about work, because we've got Jack of Diamonds, King of Diamonds, Nine of Diamonds, Eight of Diamonds. Okay, so diamonds are all about finances, about work, in your kind of mental state. The Jack represents starting a new career, or at least wanting to start a new career. It's all relatively good news. Diamonds. They'd be my best friend if they were mine too. give me diamonds. Diamonds won't appreciate. So in a mental point of view, maybe this is already um, your mental preparation to get out there and start something. Why are my eyes itching? Oh. Oh, I bet it's something in that smoke that gives me. You can already hear it in my voice how it's affecting me. I'm literally getting a migraine. It hovers, and then the problem is it affects my eyes. When I get that kind of migraine, it affects my eyes, so I have difficulty seeing. On subconscious as well, you're also like kind of raring to move forward, like to move forward to. No, the fan will just blow more smoke. I mean, it's not smoke that you can see. It's just I have a very acute sense of smell. So if it's in the air, I can smell it, and it gives me a migraine. Whatever there's a chemical or there's some element of what they're burning that gives me a migraine. Like during the day, I don't have this problem because they're not. Whoever it is that's burning, it could be peat. It's a sickly sweet smell. Here in Ireland, they burn peat. I can't control it because I can't stop them from burning the shit. You should not be producing smoke. The days of the romantic days of seeing the smoke coming out of a chimney. That's when you had like 5 people in a town, not 5,000 or 20,000 or 5 million. Like you cannot be burning fires anymore, people. Not in very in suburbs, you cannot be making fires. It's actually most countries it's against the law, precisely because it affects people in ways that they don't know. No, because who? Well, first of all, we're talking about the police. The police are going to do nothing. And secondly, they have to find out which house it's coming from. I don't know. It's dark. I don't know which house it's coming from. I would imagine it's the idiots at the end of the cul-de-sac, the village idiot, as we call him. Because he literally is. I mean, every village has to have an idiot. He's the proud ownership of that title. So subconsciously, you're also raring to go, ready to move. But with the communications card as the internal challenge, maybe you need to start initiating communications in terms of like sending out your email, sending out your CV, start communicating your intent. I think that would be a good way to put it. Emotional state's pretty stable as well. Although it's another diamond, so you've got a fair amount of stability emotional wise at the moment. But I mean that's still someone looking for the stability, the security of financial security. I would say that you need to start. You see, that's a messenger. This is communications. You need to start. I'm thinking about getting more in contact with an aunt. And I was going to say there's a lot of communication not happening here. There's a lot of talk about communication. There's the mental talk thinking about communication. That's the challenge as in communication. But still like with withdrawal, not actually doing it yet. In the near future, we've got the Ace of Hearts. Oh, I don't think I'm going to be able to go on very late tonight. Not with a migraine. But in the future, it kind of Ace of Hearts is a lovely card for the near future. It's basically brings up all that passion, all that goodness, feeling good. Why do you want to contact your aunt? Is it about work or just about family? Because then the ace would make sense as representing family. The ace of Hearts. You see, that's why I generally discourage people from doing general readings, because general readings, unless somebody answers you, and usually people don't answer you, they want to test you. I say, okay, well, fine, then you're going to get nothing out of it, because she's a witch. Which is which? No, I'm saying, what would be the reason for you to contact her, other than that she's a witch? Other than that, because it's the Ace of Hearts is a nice card as a near future. It means, you know, joy and feelings of contentment and achievement. It's an emotional thing, which is okay. I mean, the spades are also emotional cards, but the rest is all goals orientated, which is kind of a strange card to have in the near future. Okay, well then that makes sense. You see, that's what I'm saying. Generals don't mean anything, and until you get to understand, they mean fuck all. They're literally just cards. Then that makes sense, because you've got the communications cards. You've got the Jack, which is starting a new career, starting a new educational level. That's a Jack of Diamonds. It's literally building on something. So that's in the mental state. That represents, that's an accurate representation. But again, like we were discussing this on Liam Morgana's channel yesterday. It was yesterday. And it just literally gives you what you already know. It doesn't actually give you much of new information with general readings. I've got a lot of skeptical people around me. Yeah. I mean, okay, see, that explain, but this is just telling you what you already know. Then that's what the Ace of Hearts is about. It's about, this case, it's about that witch you're talking about. It's about kind of family. It's like connecting on that passion. These are the communication cards. Those are your challenges. Your challenges are to get you out of the comfort zone so that you do it. Anything else you want to ask in connection with this? Hey! Oh, there she is. Falei e apareceu logo. Isto aqui é assim. It's weird, but I do that sometimes, especially with the Brazilians. Let's see if it works with Bunny. Let's see if Miss Bunny. Oh, it is Friday, so it's quite a chance I can pull her in here. She popped in last weekend, but she was so busy. So Bunny, I do this sometimes with Bunny. I call Bunny and then she pops up. Como é que estás? Tudo bem? So now I've forgotten what I was saying. We were talking about that. Oh yeah, about the generals on Leah. Oh, yeah. Let me do the shout out thing. If I can just reach. I feel like the way today I'm sitting even further away than normal. Do I need to give anybody a shout out? I can't remember who's here. Who needs a shout out? Highly recommended channel. Practical, even more than I am, which I was not impressed. How dare anybody be more practical than I am? É outro brasileiro. Bem, outro não. É brasileiro. Vou só destacar I joined when you said, yeah. I was just going to say, we were talking about that on your channel, and that it just tells you more or less what you already know. It doesn't really give you much information. But, Manny, I would say it's a good idea. Anything that can help you on your growth will help. I mean, I wouldn't say just go speak to somebody because they're a witch, But, I would definitely say so. There's the Ace of Hearts. Connection, family. Feel good card. Now let's see if we can get Bunny to come on. I'd fall off the chair if she actually popped on. I just like, well, I can't really because I'm kind of wedged into the chair, so it'd be pretty difficult for me to fall off the chair. Yeah, but there's no other Brazilians here today. É só tu, Open Dragon. Você. É só você. Não tá aqui mais ninguém. Bunny's not here. We'll keep calling her name until she turns up. She hasn't been streaming. I'd do a shout out for her, but she hasn't been streaming at the moment, so she's been busy. Well, first of all, she's been doing double. She teaches. She teaches. She does double the classes because they teach 2 classes in Brazil. They teach in the morning. They teach like halfway through the day and then late in the day. She's been doing that. She's also had the boyfriend. So yeah, she Leah Portuguesa. Initially, I also thought actually you might be because you hardly ever spoke Portuguese. I actually thought you were Brazilian. Then I realized, no é Portugal. But today there is only one Brazilian that I know of. There could be other locals. But só está um. Portuguese speakers crowd, yeah. Normally it's Dutch. The Nederlander. Maar hulle is baie stil. Hulle sê niks nie. Manny, are you still there? Did you fall asleep? Did you want to ask anything? I don't know if I missed. Hold on. Let me switch over. If you are, well, I see that I think there are some people on YouTube. If you are on YouTube, I am streaming to both YouTube and Twitch. We do have a queue, but I haven't gotten the queue to work properly with YouTube, so we don't have many of you guys watching. If you are watching on YouTube, hello! You can either join us on Twitch or stay on there and then just send me a comment. Then I will make sure that. But this is not, as I call it, the tarot drive-through. So it takes a while to get through to the readings. My Portuguese is not that good. Well, yeah, mine should sort of be. Apart from the past issues that we do not need to mention. When you say that, but actually, they're not even the same as me because I'm from Africa. So it's like I'm African. So it's like they are like actually quite different. No, Henk speaks. Well, I don't know if he does speak, but he speaks Dutch. By the way, as I always say, if you do want to come through on Discord on the voice chat, you're also welcome. I normally don't turn it on unless somebody actually wants to, speak through Discord. So that is always part of the thing, the incomplete thing that I really must finish it. That you can come through and that Leah também, se quiseres. You welcome. You just have to go onto the Discord. We were having a discussion about coffee earlier. All right, Manny, anything else you wanted to ask? Today, I actually may need to close the queue sometime because the smoke is getting to me. Henk, you're next, then Spiritual Baddie, then Pretty Kakoka, and Tribulator, if you guys are still around. I sent the tag to the wrong person. I'm not sure what that meant. So okay, maybe it's you that's watching. Doesn't matter. It's still nice to at least address them every now and again. I do have the chat open, but it's like no, I don't need a full screen. What I need is to have. Oh, let me make the Twitch one slightly smaller so I can see when new messages pop up. I have it set to very small because, well, hardly anybody says anything. They go, I want a reading. 5 seconds, they leave. So, the Discord. Just above you. Just above your comment. Yeah, you don't have to join. Again, like it's pretty quiet. We don't have a lot of people on there. It's mostly if you want to come through on voice instead of typing out things, you can come through in voice. Sometimes we literally, but the people that used to do that kind of haven't been here. Aurora's been busy. Let's actually send her a message just to see how Aurora is doing. So you should just hang out on voice chat. Sometimes that's all we do. Manny, I didn't see if you left, if you said if you wanted to ask any questions or not. Being very distracted today. Where are that? Just so you know. Already. Yeah. I normally call up. Okay, I'm gonna call up all of your messages. Okay. Yeah, I did see your message, Manny. I mean, I saw it now. The thing is, my brain's not working very well because of the damn smoke. Again, it's smoke. I can smell it. It's not like smoke that like you can see it. I can just smell. I can smell, and I know the smell very well by now because when I smell it, I know I'm going to have a headache. All right, so then we go to Henky, as Rose calls you, Henky. And we don't call you freaking Pisces or freaking stubborn. It's like we don't do that around here. Oh, if you want. Sometimes it depends. Barney's off on his own thing. Oh, there we go. Let me switch that on. Let's see if that works. And if I haven't disconnected my... Hello. Let's see if I haven't disconnected. I have to go again to my options because I think... Oh, everything's actually playing today. It's amazing. Everything continued working.
I already did, Manny.
Manny's in bed with the phone muted. She can't understand what. She can't hear anything.
Just like watching the screen to see if I joined the voice call. There's no official indicator.
Yeah, I think. Hold on. Somebody else also redeemed something, but that wasn't you. Okay, let me close Manny's messages.
Like,
a spiritual baddie. I'm not sure if they're still here. If they're not here, I'll return the points. It's very slow going here. We've done one reading, and how long have I been live? I can't even see you. How long? An hour. Wow, 2 hours, and I've done one reading. I'm super quick. It's like Speedy Gonzalez. Here we go. Manny, Henk, what did you want to know? You said something, or you had some.
Yeah, it's gonna be difficult because it's one of those things you experience without words, and then
there's difficult to explain.
Into a whole bunch of different things that take me half an hour to explain.
Mm.
It's more or less like the base question is just some clarity on what transpired last night in terms of theories, like are they correct? What did I experience, etc.
Yeah.
But it's hard to explain. It's are you still there, Joe? Because I'm getting buffering on Twitch.
Buffering on Twitch.
That's fine.
Okay. I am here.
Yeah, that's probably my end. But as long as you could still hear me.
Manny's happy you made her day.
The thing is, like, it's like a relationship reading in a way, because I do think it relates to her.
Yeah.
Because I tried the soul out of the way thing again.
You tried the what?
That you recommended, but I specifically tried it in like a different kind of situation that relates more to like her energy. And then things started happening, and I don't know what that was. Like, was that her? Was it something else? No idea.
What did you say initially? You said you tried something I said, or something my. I don't know.
You said how the ego sometimes has to go out of the way.
Oh, yes.
Yes, so I thought that had to apply to me. I then realized that may have needed to apply to the situation with her energy, so I just moved out of the way and let it happen, and then got a response, which was cool. But the problem is I can't separate if that's her, if that was
it's difficult.
Love itself. If it was another being, no clue. All I know, it felt warm. So, that's a difficult one. And then my mind took me back to some stuff that I got messaged at the beginning of this year that might be applying to this moment. So a whole bunch of questions like, okay, was this real? Am I right? Was it something else? Am I just imagining stuff? What was that? That's kind of the question, but I can understand the details spread-wise might be difficult.
The first question, I think that was all you. I don't think that was. Having said that, I mean that is the dead. That is the witch card for many. It can also be a dead a female. I suppose in this case, what would necessarily have to be a dead female spirit? It could be a female spirit, but I don't think so. I'm feeling this is more to do with you. Maybe.
Just out of my question, could it be separated person rather than that person?
I just asked whether you see. I usually cut to the chase by asking, is it you or is it somebody else? Like somebody else is in. I don't differentiate between living or dead or spirits or. To me, it's all the same thing. It's just we just have a body. That's it. That's the difference for me. I know that freaks people out, but for me, that's the difference. Whether somebody's alive or alive or dead. So that I usually cut to the chase with that, where with a yes or no answer. That usually helps me to focus in quicker. So I think this was basically your doing. I don't think it's I don't get any feeling at all this is to do with her. It's part. What I would say is this to do with your development, and you're simply analyzing your relationship with her.
Yeah, that the relationship with her had a new
Yeah,
regression within me.
a new aha moment.
Not entirely. It's more like the pain of separating is now healed, and that allows that to flow again.
Yeah, you can think about it. You can even experience it again if you want, without the pain.
She could come back without me being mad because I'm still hurt. Like the pain is gone, but as a result, my love for her is as it was.
Yeah,
like it didn't go with that. It's just back to normal again.
I think any true love doesn't just. It's not like, well, you didn't buy me a Snickers bar, so I don't love you anymore. I think that's silly. That's that's what we call human manipulation. Yeah. So love. It doesn't matter what happens.
Though, and that's what got me confused. Is that experience where that still remained?
Yeah, it's a love for a person.
That felt very similar to when we used to be together, in a more of a telepathic kind of way.
Yeah, because
so now one of the things I'm curious at is now that the ego moves out of the way, and I focused on that feeling being back, and I felt a kind of response. Like, was that indeed that, or am I like attached to a memory or anything else?
No, it's just, hey, welcome back, Jamie. No, it's just, you're just processing it on all the same, man. You're just processing it all on a different level. So you just allowed it to be. So that's why you don't have words for it, because we don't have words. There are no real words to describe things adequately. I think it was just
that is indeed basically the aha that I had last night. It's like, this is not about
the relationship per se.
Well, yes, it is about that, but it's not about like a memory or fantasizing or anything. It's just allowing things to be.
Yeah, it's you thinking. It's you thinking about it without obsessing. So
it's more me sensing her without thinking about her.
Yeah. Well, I mean, once you have a connection with somebody, that doesn't go away. That's what the people call, the twin flames and the all of that is really something like that. But we all have connections. We all have connections, and those connections don't just go away. It's like okay, I don't like you, go away. It doesn't quite. I mean,
but do the cards confirm that that's like that connection is what I felt, or was this something different? Because there was the connection part, and there was a memory of what this whole thing might be for. And I don't know if the connection was actually happening yesterday, because
that's
she's not there to confirm it's happening. It's really hard to know if it's imaginary or if it's her.
Yeah, because you don't have anybody to tell you. Yeah, no, we see this is the connection. Okay. But it doesn't mean. Remember, this also doesn't mean that it's mutual. So just because you in other words, think of it like a pot of cold water and warm water. If you put your finger in it, you can sense the temperature, but it doesn't mean that the water's thinking about you. I don't know, it's a weird explanation.
But
do you know what I'm saying?
The tricky part. it felt like a reaction, like she did acknowledge it, or
She
wanted
may
to,
have.
or was thinking about me, maybe.
She may have.
But it also didn't feel like she deliberately really wanted to do that for very long. Like, it's kind of been off and on, where sometimes it's gone, sometimes it's back. And yeah, I'm
Okay,
also
so
having buffer problems on Twitch. That's not
okay,
just
so
me.
I don't have any dropped frames. I see the connection. Okay, let me drop. Click, click, click. Let me drop down the quality back down a bit. Oh, we'll wait a while. There we go. I thought it was going to crash. Okay, let's drop it down to 2.5. 2,500. See if that helps. Well, usually when I'm on the call, I'm not paying too much attention to Twitch. I'm not getting any real drop frames or anything. Okay, this.
Now it seems back to normal.
Yeah, the OBS, the square went back to green. It could be like streaming to YouTube as well. Let me see. Okay, still nobody on YouTube, so that's all right. Raid.
The only thing is that every time that happens on your end, their delay will be bigger again.
Yeah, so whoever's watching, just hit pause and play on your.
Yeah, but it might be on your end. I'll just test. So 1, 2. It just now appeared. So roughly, I'd say 5-second delay. 2 of which is mine. So
2,
it's decently up to date.
I've got about a 5-second delay as well.
Yeah, now I'm getting buffering again.
This is the connection again. I'm going to just disconnect. Everybody stick around. I'm going to just press stop stream and restream. Okay, now the connection's fine again. I think
can just be 4G interference.
No, it could be. I mean, the connection here is not as good as it was and it's gone up by a lot. I was actually even looking at other subscribers, at least one, but I think it's like literally a couple of months. If all goes well, it'll be a few months. It's hardly worth the trouble. So okay, let's focus on this. Yes, I do think she did feel the connection, because I don't think there's any way you don't feel the connection. But you are maybe right that she in other words, I don't think she understood. She might have just written it off as thinking about you and then stopped thinking about it.
Well, she interacted with me, but that has happened before where she wasn't aware she was doing that.
Yes.
So.
Whoa, hello. There go all the cards all over the show. Any on the floor? Oh. That's what I was going to ask next. Got 3 diamonds again. So I think she was aware of it. It's an absolute
like,
yes.
If it was her, if it was not the a memory or anything like that, then she consciously did stuff.
Well, the answer seems to be yes. I mean, she was present. She wasn't unconscious. In other words, it wasn't like she wasn't thinking about it or she wasn't aware. That was the answer.
Well, she's been interacting with, like, the moment I basically allowed this to come back in by stepping aside. She has been responsive to that. That's just how it felt. That's not something that would normally happen.
But the thing is, think of it this way: you're just friends. So I'm not being sarcastic. I'm saying you're just friends. So it's like, for example, if you picked up the phone and you phoned a friend, the friend would talk to you. So I'm not. I'm not trying to say. No, I know, but I'm not talking about friendship and romance. I'm just talking about, just imagine you phoned a friend. I mean, if it was a decent friend, they wouldn't just not speak to you. So there would be an interaction. It doesn't necessarily mean that there's a desire to have anything further. That's what I was trying to say. It's like,
no, like I get that part, right? Like, I'm not saying
that's the only part. That's the only thing I wanted to say.
Like, the exchange was more on a deeper romantic kind of level. It was not a friend kind of level.
Yeah, but that's also open to interpretation.
Doesn't mean
Yes.
Like the thing is, if she were to imagine this with someone else while being connected to me, for example, I'd feel it as if it's being done to me. So it doesn't necessarily mean she was thinking about me. It also doesn't mean that
Yeah.
she
Yes.
wants to get back. It can just
Yes.
have been a fantasy or a memory or a desire that she knows she
Yeah.
doesn't want to
Well,
act on.
yeah, that's what's going to be my next question, but you've already answered. That's what I was going to say. Is it's not like being human. Humans is like you have to be in the same room. You know, you have to be on top of each other for it to be a relationship. Otherwise, it's not a relationship. When it comes to spirit, it's different because it doesn't have to be what you don't have to be in the same space physically touching. It's different. It's almost impossible to explain. I mean, you understand, but it's different. So, in other words, you can
I
have the
can put it
connection.
into words
Yes, no, you can't
in a
because there's
way.
no. Oh, you can. Okay.
Yeah, the way it comes across to me especially when we were together, it's you cause the same thing you would normally physically do without actually physically doing it. So, for example, if you are wanting to send a hug,
Yeah.
the receiving end will feel the warmth of that hug, but not the physical
Yeah,
sensation
but
of
not the
two
physical.
bodies
Yeah.
touching each other.
Yes, yes, yes. No, that's exactly what it is. This is why we
And
reincarnate.
you can
So we
even
have flesh, so we
b-
can feel those
yeah,
things.
back then, for example, if she were to imagine laying her head down on my chest, that would heat up my chest with the imprint of a head without that actually happening. And it's
Hmm.
really cool stuff. And
It is.
for the first time since the breakup, that's basically been back. The
Yeah.
other part of last night is that my brain linked something together that there was basically a prediction done that there would be a significant test of our relationship, and that if it survived that, things would start to flow for us. And I'm curious, is that this moment, or was that a different moment in time? Like, has it already passed, or are we in it?
Okay, I'm trying to get all of that into my head.
Right. So
Okay. Okay.
back in it was like May, or actually it was back in April. They said there would be something very challenging for us, and if we overcame that, things would be fine. And we thought it was a little struggle we had right before we went to London. But did they mean this time instead? Or is that indeed for that time or a different time? Like, is this moment now the ultimate test?
I tend to think it was for then, not for now,
Okay.
because you got a lot of confirming cards. You got the yes joker, and then two black cards with a wish denied card. So I would say that was for then. Uh, you said was July. Sorry, I'm terrible with dates and numbers and then.
Just as a clarifier, is it now and it's likely to end bad, or was it then?
No, this was then. That's what I'm saying. I don't know when it was because I can't.
Okay.
I don't remember names and dates and things. I cannot keep that in my mind. So that's why I said I don't know when it was that you were saying, but it's like it was a yes or no, then or now, and black is then,
Okay.
and it ends in the wish denied card. So back then, whatever it was didn't happen. What? So in other words,
That's weird because back then it happened.
yeah, but you didn't
If it
put down
was
the
then, it
foundations for the
happened.
future.
No, it would have been the visit in London, and London
Okay, but
happened.
then I don't understand anything. I'm not sure what the question is. You said something about a link.
So yeah,
Okay, let's just get all the cards because
there
none
were
of these making
two
sense.
aspects to it. Because there were two things that happened last night. So the first one is like, what did I fail? That was
Oh,
her.
okay.
That
All
was
right.
question one. The second thing that happened last night was me tying the current situation back to like a warning from the past that there would be an ultimate challenge to overcome with her.
Yeah, but these,
And at the time, I believed that would be the burnout struggles I was going through then, the lockdowns, all those things, and it looked like London wasn't going to happen, but London
oh,
happened.
okay, yeah. But how,
So,
but how does this link into what you were thinking about last night or experiencing last night?
well, I realized that warning may have never referenced London, and that it might be what we have now.
Okay.
That's
Let me
why
ask.
I asked that, because
Okay.
if we're right now in that,
Fuck's
then
sakes.
this is the moment where ultimately everything works out in the end or fails permanently.
There's a cough. Anything else on the floor? Just like
That's why I was curious
okay,
if
give me a
this
second.
whole thing, this separation, is the test, or if this is completely separate from that.
I'm banging into things. I wish I had more space. Okay, that's definitely that's a confirmation card. So I'm gonna leave. Oops, these new cards are still so smooth.
Like I can tell you basically the prophecy. It was something like, okay, we're gonna help you guys get back together in real life, but it requires a lot. So we're gonna require a big test of your relationship and faith before we do that. And I thought it was back then, but if it's now, then this is basically the demonstration of us getting this resolved first.
All right, give me a
If we
chance.
manage, then test passes. If we don't, it's over.
Okay, I need to
Kind of
focus.
territory.
Okay, just give me a. So I have a headache and I cannot focus. Just give me a chance. Otherwise, I'm listening to what you're saying and I'm not formulating the question. Okay, just give me a second. Okay, the answer's still the same. Oh no, hold on a second. You see, that's why I'm actually going to close the queue because I can't work with. Sorry, guys, if I'm going to close the queue, I may do one or two more afterwards, but I have a splitting headache because somebody's burning fuels, warming up the house with and the smoke is starting to give me a severe headache. Let me get confirm on there. Right, let me just check. Nothing is clear now. You know what it could be? It could be both. I think
Both
you're
as
muted
in.
now and then.
No, I'm not muted. I'm just the
Yeah.
video is behind, so I'm trying to also give you the time to basically do the cards. You can still hear me, right?
Yeah, I can hear you. I'm just trying to. It's not too far behind.
Okay. Like you mean that the last one was basically the miniature version of this one, as in both.
Yeah, I know. I'm saying that what you were thinking or what you're experiencing could mean both. Oh, let me just see. Instead of just referring to one or the other, it could be an ongoing test.
And if it is a test, is it intended for both or one of us? And if so, who's the test intended for?
Okay, well, that's multiple questions. So, like, that
Okay.
you have to give me a chance because that's like multiple,
Sure.
and I won't remember them all. So no, obviously it will be for both. I mean, a relationship requires two people. I mean,
Yeah, but
I
it's
mean,
not that I just need to wait this out while she is being tested.
yeah, well, she's I understand that because I mean that I would have said to you anyway. Straight off, just as a friend, I would have said it to you. All right. So is this? Yeah, this would be a test for her, but again, it could be a test for both. Hold on, I actually used the same packs then. What haven't I used? I'm starting to get so confused.
Because my logic, if it is for her, it would be like, I need to fix my health and find the solution to that, and this
Well,
is my time to do it.
in
And
a way,
she then has to overcome this whole thing that.
yeah, no, but in a way, it is for both. But it wasn't you that ended it.
Yeah, I agree, but it's a different thing for both.
Yeah, I know, but that's what I'm saying. So it is a test for both, but you didn't end it. So it's this. In other words, you would have still pursued it. You would still be in it if it had been your choice. You would still have been in it. That's
No,
why
it's a test of faith in that sense.
well, it is, but everything is a test of faith if you look at it as a test of faith. Hold on. Go back to my old cards. This is why I bought another pack, but I'm still running out. Now I've used that pack. All right.
To me, last night when I was going through it, it felt like she failed by leaving.
Yeah.
But still has a chance of succeeding because I decided to be open to that.
Well, of course, but that you don't need cards for. As long as you are open to something,
that
you are
part
open
is
to
pretty
it.
universal.
Yeah. So as long as you are still willing or able or whatever, then she has that option. That's why I often advise people to just move on. Because as long as that person feels that option is open, they don't do anything. And for most people, will only do something when they lose something, and sometimes, usually, by then it's too late. That's why I would say to people: if you have something that you really, really, really want, don't wait until it's gone to appreciate it or to do what it takes. Do it when you have it, not afterwards. And now I had a question and I've forgotten. Oh, I'm not doing very well today with this smoke inhalation crap. I had a specific question. Oh yeah. No. Let me think. Let me focus. Okay, so my interpretation of it is this is not necessarily a test of faith in the sense of a test of faith whether you stick with it, it will work or not. And I've said that from the beginning. I said it to you that this is literally now nothing to do with you in a way. I mean, it's to do with you, but it's in her hands. So it's a test of faith if you make it that way. I still do not see this as a test of faith in the sense that you should stick around. I see that
the test of faith is not for me in that sense.
But it doesn't for her, but it doesn't matter because she's already failed the test. She would have to do what it takes to return. So the test of faith it was a test of faith that failed. In
that sense, it could be for us together to find that back.
I don't see that. I'm sorry. I'm very blunt. I don't see that. And I know you don't like to hear it, but I'm not saying you can't get back together again because anything is possible. You're still together in spirit because neither of you have actually let go because it's a spiritual thing. It's not necessarily a physical thing. So on a spiritual level, you don't necessarily need to let go of people because it doesn't function like it does on earth, like in the brain, in the ego.
That was the aha moment yesterday where I separated that from the physical relationship here, and then she responded in that sense.
Yeah. She as a conscious human ego might not even have been fully conscious of what was happening. Her soul probably understood.
It usually, like it's been happening for the past few days now, it usually happens around the time that she would go to bed or wakes up.
But that's also the time where your brain, well, hopefully your brain's quieter, so your ego's quieter, so you are. No, I'm not either. I'm hyperactive.
I was undergoing a lot of adrenaline myself, so my mind was overactive.
No, but for her, you said it's around the time she goes to bed. So it's around the time that she's recapping the days. End of the day is when our brains go over what's happened during the day. And in fact, when you're sleeping, a lot of dreams are just you going over the information that you've picked up during the day, the week, the year, the lifetime. Sometimes it's just us processing that information. I don't see this as a test of faith for you for you, whether you stick around it will work or not. I don't see that. Like I keep saying, there's only one way it could work, and that's if she admitted to herself that what she did was not right for her.
Yeah.
So I don't see. This is not a test of faith for you. You were in it until.
I agree. It's not for me. It's not trust that this will be okay. Well, I still kind of do that because it can be soothing. But for me, it's more of I offer the opportunity once I'm healed. If she takes it and wants to work things out, awesome. If she doesn't, too bad. And then I start actively dating.
But you also understand that's a fool's promise.
What do you mean false promise?
Because you don't know how you're going to feel when you are ready.
I'm pretty...
Yeah, no, we're always very sure we know everything. We don't. Human psychology will tell you that when you are healed, your brain will go, well, now suddenly I'm okay, she's now interested. So when I was broken, so what happens the next time that something happens to me, will she also abandon me? And that is something that no ego can get over. No human ego can get around it. Doesn't matter how much spiritual work you do, there's no human ego that can get around it because it's just the way we are designed. So by the time you see the test of faith would be now. If she cannot pass the worst of times, then what's the point of being there in the best of times? That's why the test of faith has failed. She's got, put it this way, for you and for her, she's got between now and before you are fully healed, before you are what she would accept, okay, that's when the test of faith has to be fulfilled. Because at any time after that, what's the point? It's like, oh, sure, I know that. Okay, now that I'm fine, now you're interested. Think of it sarcastically. Okay, it helps. That's a logical way to. Oh, okay.
Yeah,
so
I can only go in that with a limited amount because ultimately the thing is, can I physically be there at the moment? No, which is what the problem was. I can't physically go there.
Yeah, but then
once
what
I
happens?
can.
Yeah, but
then the whole perspective is different.
Yes, the whole perspective is exactly that. Now I have what I want, and now we can do this. This is the part.
It's more like now we can do this. It's not necessarily now I have what I want because she already had that back then too.
Well, clearly she didn't because she left. This is the part that you're still stuck on.
She didn't see a way of us ending up together physically.
It doesn't matter. She still made that decision. We're going right back to square one here. She made that decision. For better, for worse, she made that decision.
Yeah, I completely agree, and she would have to come to realize that that's not the correct decision. Otherwise, she'll just say no.
The trouble is, how are you going to know that she has reached that position? You won't know. So you're going to have to either accept her at her word and set yourself up for failure again or success again. Depends, whichever way it goes. My point, Hank, that you are missing is. This is why I say to people, and I've had people get very angry with me. I say, when you go on your first date, don't go like looking like $1 million. Go looking like you do every day, because that's what the person is going to see.
We agree on that philosophy.
Like, yeah, but I'm talking spiritually.
For who you are, just as you are, then it's lasting.
And that's physical as well. Like you at the moment have some difficulty, some difficulties that you are overcoming. That's who you are right now. So somebody either likes the person as you are now, because Hank, what if you never?
She genuinely did do that, though. That's the part that
until I don't miss that. I'm saying is, she still failed the test of faith, and I'm not making small of her, because I don't think I wouldn't do it either. And I mean, don't get me wrong that I'm just mocking her for like being weak. I wouldn't do this either. Hank, I wouldn't do. There almost no one I would do this with. I wouldn't, because life is
like that's also why I don't blame her for making that choice.
Yeah, but the point you're missing is this is one of the biggest ultimate tests of faith possible, and she turned her back.
Yeah, no, I agree. That was the test, and she failed that one.
She failed that one. Now, I mean, anybody can make a mistake.
Like she can get a second chance in that one.
Well, she could get 10 second chances if you give it to her.
Yeah, exactly.
Do you understand?
The second chance is in my hands.
Well,
what she does with it will be up to her.
No, because it's still two people in a relationship. It's not just up to you. I mean, okay, yes, if you allow the relationship a second time, yes, that is just like she killed it the first time. You can kill it the second time. You can allow it to happen or not to happen, the second time. So I this thing's. This stupid clot's already coming apart. Oh, they don't stitch anything properly. I keep feeling this thread, so I'm going to have to get a needle and sew it so it doesn't unravel. I keep feeling this string on my hands. Sorry. So, what what I want people to understand is you can have we all have connections on a soul level. Okay, it doesn't mean that you have to have that on a physical plane. So the ego tends to blur the two together. It's like, oh, we're still connecting. Yeah, because it's normal for souls to connect that way, especially souls that have had a very intimate kind of connection and friendship of possibly over many lifetimes. It's possible. But it still doesn't mean that this is a relationship to have on this particular reincarnation.
It still feels that way. Now more than it did a few weeks ago.
Yeah, it always feels that way, because remember this. If you want to know the truth, you have to listen with the soul. You have to come to a conclusion with the soul, not the mind, because the mind wants what it wants. Like let's say you move on. Okay, I'm just talking hypothetically. The mind will have decided it's moved on, so the mind no longer wants it. Okay, Open Dragon. Sorry, I hardly even talked to you at all today. All right. If you're done with the class, I might still see you later. I don't know how long I'm going to be on. I'll see how my brain's very foggy now, so I'll see how that goes. Okay, Open Dragon. Otherwise, I'll try and send you a message as well, private message. I've just been like really busy with the book, and I haven't really thought about much of anything other than that. I sent a nasty message about to who? To me. Oh, hello. What's happening here?
Welcome,
we got a raid.
Raiders.
Hey, hold on. It's going too quickly. I have a very small window. It was a gentle spiritualist. Hey, how are you doing? Thank you for the raid. Oh, let me reach over there. Shout out. Oh. Can you do it? Oh, there you go.
I already did the fancy pop-up one.
Okay, because like for me, I'm far from the keyboard. Thank you for thank you for the raid. So I have a bit of a migraine because somebody's burning something that they burn in Ireland. I think it might be the peat, and it gives me a splitting migraine when I get a whiff of it. So I'm a little bit slow. How was your stream? I did see you streaming, but it was basically at the same time I was also going to stream, and I haven't been streaming this week, so I thought now I need to stream. Mr. Oppendrager has a date tomorrow. So what's this about a nasty message? Sorry, the raid came in as... Excuse me. Okay, what are these open? Where's the nasty message? I don't have any nasty messages. Do I? Oh, there. I'll read them. I'll leave them as unread. I'll read them after the stream. Oppendragon. On Curious channel, probably. Curious channel and... on some. Do I need to read it now, Open Dragon, or read it? Because if I mark them as read, I might not remember. Oh, that I have a day. Oh, so you actually okay? So yeah, well, that's good. That's not a nasty thing. Yeah, no, I've had work. I've had to work. You know, this doesn't pay much. So I've actually had to work. I've been working on a book. An old customer of mine sent me his new book to typeset and to create. Hold on, what's going on? Sorry, migraine and everything. That can only be one person. I think. Thank you, Henk.
No problem. That's for the reading.
You're more than welcome. You're already a subscriber anyway. So
yeah, but I asked like 5 questions in one reading, so it's
yeah, but that's fine. Thank you, regardless. Thank you very much. Yeah,
I hope your cards arrive soon.
Yeah, I hope so too. You said the 5th. It's like I am patient up until the 5th. Tomorrow's the 5th.
Right now it says today, so I assume they mean tomorrow, hopefully. But I don't know how good your postal service is.
It's generally pretty good, actually. That's why I was surprised. There's a chance it could be. It depends on a couple of things. If they brought, I thought I was expecting it today, so I wonder that it would be today. If they deliver, and it shouldn't be a very big package. But if there's not, if it needs somebody, if they ring the bell, nobody comes to the door, then they leave a note. But she would have sent me the note. Yeah, she would have brought up the note to me anyway.
Just mail letter service.
Yeah. So I'm
So
assuming it
in the
hasn't
Netherlands
arrived
here,
yet.
they don't deliver in the weekend. They only deliver like 3 days a week.
Ah, no.
So it's hard
Actually,
to track.
that's right. Today's Friday. Then tomorrow they
Yeah,
wouldn't
so if
deliver.
it's not
They
today,
might
then it
deliver.
might be Monday or...
Ah, crap. We're gonna have to wait, aren't we?
I don't know when your mail delivers normally.
I don't know either because I don't get much mail. I actually don't know. I hadn't thought about that. Today's Friday, so if it's not today, they might not deliver on Saturday.
I am fully American these days. No, I am Dutch.
Yes. Yeah, there's a few of them. There's also a few Portuguese people. So a few Brazilians. Well, Portuguese just encompasses everybody. Heeltemal twee drietalige. So what did I miss here? So I have closed my queue.
Goedenavond.
American learned Dutch, including the accent. that would be Captain Kels, but she's not here today actually. And with we, I mean Celsius and and one Brit, yes. I'm not British, so although the gentle spiritualist sounds like she's British.
Like, what would you even be at this point, Joe? Like, just
I don't know. I'm just
like,
nothing
you just
really.
get a nomadic passport at this point.
No, I've got two. But
yeah, but you should just get a generic nomad passport. Like, no country, you can go anywhere.
Yeah. Well, people have forgotten, but 100 years ago you didn't need a passport. This is a new.
I also found it interesting what the passport actually says on the inside.
It's just empty pages.
No, the inside of my passport is like, oh, the King of the Netherlands hereby requests you to let this person in your nation. And
yeah.
It's like, oh.
Yeah, because we all know royalty is dead now. We know this. Yeah. It's the same in England. People don't look at anything. They just go, oh, no, it's fine.
Like, when I read that, I was like, oh, I didn't know I was still subservient to the king.
Yeah.
Actually, I didn't know I was, but...
No, but most people don't know.
I'm not supposed to know that.
No, it's fine print. It's like, don't bother with yourself with that.
It's not that the king has the power to dissolve the entire cabinet at will.
Oh, no, of course not.
And they don't have to swear an oath to serving the king when they get inaugurated.
I mean, that would be a conspiracy.
It's not a conspiracy, it's very open.
No, it's fact.
If you just read what the parliamentaries say when they get sworn in, they pledge an oath to the king, not to the people.
I know.
And then the king has to rubber stamp the cabinet and he can dissolve them. But then they have the power to dissolve the king, so it's kind of who comes first.
It's whatever's convenient. Yeah, but the capitalistic god is the king. It doesn't matter what you call him. It doesn't really matter what you call him. All right. Yeah, things work. Because I literally do have a very light migraine. I know it's a migraine. I call it a migraine with a fixed mice. So anybody who raided
have something to get that air out of the room, though.
No, because it's all over. It's fucking Ireland. It's like everywhere. It's not in the room. It came into the room. That's the problem.
I know, but I still have a fan that can like suck air out of the room.
Well, no, that I don't have. I mean, if I, it's pretty airtight. So I don't take drugs, Excellium. That's the thing. If I wanted to take drugs, I would have been on lots of drugs here in Ireland. You can get them on the street. You just actually breathe. You can smell marijuana. Anyway, that's actually worse in Dublin. Yeah, Embrace not so bad. So the thing is, actually, this place is actually relatively airtight. So, but I've got the vents open because otherwise you get mold. This is Ireland. So you get mold growing everywhere. I have to go back and check. I think because I'm starting to suspect around the backside may actually have on the low part of the wall max because it keeps the temperature so well. The inside of the house is actually pretty warm compared to the outside. So it's very good for growing mold. It's lovely. So yeah. So I mean, but I have the place is triple glazed. So, but the doors now all have the doors and windows have. Actually, that reminds me. Actually, what I can do is I'll be right back. The kitchen window. Let me just switch over to my pause screen. I'll be right back. Yeah, where's my pause button? The headsets are wireless. So I did run with them, run off with them. Now I had the window open like on the first notch, the kitchen window. So I just actually thought, let me just actually just close that for tonight, because that might help a little bit, at least to thin it out. So the thing is, I could technically
The
keep
current microphone was the headset microphone, right?
the current microphone should be. There we go. It's this one. It should be that one.
Okay, so it's not the headset one.
No, that one's got a horrible sound. It's
that's what I don't like about my wireless headsets and why I don't have them. They compress insane amounts of microphone
the
audio.
data. I hadn't thought about that actually. I do have the cable for this one, but the thing is, then it's in my way when I'm like the cable would run like down here, and then it's in the way, and it's constantly in the way when I'm reaching sideways and have to get cards. Sorry,
well, gentle.
That's all right. It is quite late as well. So thank you very much for the raid, and those of you that did raid in with General Spurgeon, if you do want a reading, just let me know and I'll add you in. But technically my queue's closed now because I have a bit of a migraine and we're just going through very slowly through the list.
Yeah, I'll also not like hold you up too much longer in that regard.
We can chat.
I got what I wanted to know.
Yeah, and we can chat afterwards regardless anyway, like we normally do. I'd just rather get to the readings now because there's 3.
Yeah, sure, and it's getting late
here,
so I have to bill and voice chat anyway, but I'll be lurking in the chat / chatting occasionally.
Right, that's the current list. So whoever's here still, I think Spiritual Baddie, you're still there. I think that Pretikokoka, I think no longer here. And Tribulate I have also not seen for a while. So we may actually be right through the queue. So anybody who rated in, we could probably still do some readings. Is Spiritual Baddie, I know Spiritual Baddie did actually redeem points. So they're not here. Hey, there you go. I was going to redeem your points if you weren't here. Wow, 23. Okay, that's done. Just do this. Wow, I keep forgetting to go in and mark all the things that's done. It reminds me people actually are using the channel points. Wow, there's a lot of them. Will me and Jay work out problems? Okay, but you had redeemed state of relationship. Let me just hold on. Give me 1 second. Just do all of this because I've been forgetting to actually mark them as done. I didn't realize there were quite a few here. Okay, and I'll mark yours as done as well. Right, let me start with a clean slate. We love channel points. There's not much to do on my channel points except to get readings, longer readings. Okay. Gosh, I'm really battling to focus. Okay, so I'm going to do separate cards. This is not technically really a reading that can directly like answer that question, but I wanted to see. I wanted to just see anyway, regardless. You know what's coming. What a hug. Hold on. What? Jay about the thing? Oh, it stopped scrolling up. I'm trying to read the chat. I'm missing stuff. So I'm really battling to. Let me call up Spiritual Baddie on this side. Why is everything running so slowly? What the hell? I've got the fan on. So there we go. Can you just call up spiritual baddies messages all in one place? Okay. Now, let me just scroll before I start. I take it you told Jay about the thing. Okay, I don't know what that meant. Excellium. I'm not sure what you meant about that. Oh, you mean Jay is in the other... Hold on. Jay is in the other person, not Jay is in me. Oh, why will this not scroll? Oh, Jay is in the other person. Okay, it's nothing to do with me. Sorry, my brain's really battling because when I start getting a migraine, it starts to cloud my ability to focus. I mean, not spiritually necessarily, just my brain just to focus to read. Okay. All right, so with two positive jokers, I would comfortably say the answer is yes. Let me just make sure everything's on screen. That's the spread that you asked, and this is the question that you asked, and the answer is yes. And you got the two positive jokers going for the relationship. I feel like you've got new opportunities with this relationship of some sort that you need to pick. Oh. I need to make a note to myself because I need to change the way the ads work on the channel now. I need somehow to make a note to myself. There's always so much to do, and I've reached now a point in my life where it's like I don't care if things don't get done. But it's just like I keep looking at the growing list of things to do, and it's like, look at that list just getting longer and longer. Isn't that a tragedy? It's like it's very relaxing now because I tend to not panic about stuff. Well, I never really panic, but I sort of never. Now it's like, well, if it doesn't get done, doesn't get done. But I want to change the way the ads run because I think I'm going back to running every hour, running one set of adverts. But the things I never remember. I wish it was of all the pop-ups that one has on the internet. It would be nice if the Twitch dashboard popped up and said, "Okay, you're going to run an advert now." Sometimes it does, but I don't see it. It's not pop-up-ish. It's not pop-up-ish enough for me to notice it, especially if I'm doing a reading. But I think I'm going to start running them every hour and see how that goes because it's easier to manage and then just take a break. You're back. All right. Okay, so I was going to say that answers the question whether you and Jay will work out the problems. The answer is yes. Both of that spread that you redeemed and me answering the question here. So the answer is yes, you can work out the problems. And you've got the two positive jokers, which are like the magicians in the tarot. However, it's interesting to have the King of Spades in like kind of advice. As I was saying earlier, I'm not sure if you were really in the adverts or not. Do you have an opportunity, like an exciting opportunity with this relationship? So like whatever you, this is the communications card as well. So whatever you resolve now, whatever you discuss now, you have an ability to make it, I suppose in a way like a rebooting the relationship on a more exciting level, on a more interesting level. I think maybe what's lacking here is communication. And not just blah, 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 with your mouth's moving, just like actually talking about stuff, actually communicating, not just talking at each other. Because a lot of the time we talk about the dog, the cat, the car, shopping, what we're doing on holiday, but we're not actually communicating. We're not communicating feelings. We're not communicating what we are thinking. We are just talking. I've got a feeling that this, if the Ace of Diamonds is anything to go about, then the King is the biggest obstacle or the biggest teacher. Okay, I've got the same cards coming out again. Okay, so sorry, you just keep getting the same cards. It's a good thing you're not paying by the card because you're just getting the same cards. I seem to think that there's a part of maybe the communication is more on a give and take kind of thing, where maybe one party is maybe giving more than the other party, and there needs to be a balance. I don't know. Are you there? I'm not getting any feedback from you at all. How's my connection? Not too bad. Let me see, how am I doing on Twitch? Okay, I don't have much of a delay, about 3-second delay. Spiritual, you there? Okay, I'm here. I'm not sure if Spiritual Baddie is here. Okay. I don't know. I don't even remember what I've asked you. I've been asking you questions or telling you stuff. You're not responding. So I don't know if you've heard any of it, if it makes any sense to you. I need feedback. Otherwise, I don't know what else to tell you. There's also another question that I like to ask is whether just because something can be resumed or a relationship can be, you can go back, it doesn't always mean that it's a good idea to go back. That's a question I like to ask. Yeah, I'm wondering. You see, I'm seeing the connection coming and going. I'm going to actually kill the connection and reconnect and see if that helps. Okay, I am here. If I'm gone, I'll be back in a minute or two. As soon as I can get to OBS to respond again, I'm going to disconnect and reconnect because this is just going all over the show. All right, so I should be back now when you hear me speaking now. Everything seems to have stabilized. I just find the connection now between me and Twitch is generally not very, very good. Right, so. What is RNTP? Or TP or TMP? Oh yeah. I wish we had something else, but I mean it is free. I don't think there really is much else that one can really use to do all of this, put all of this together. All right, let me ask that question. All right, so I like to ask this question because sometimes just because we want to go back to a relationship, or just because we can go back to a relationship, doesn't necessarily mean that we should. That it's necessarily a good thing. I think that this could be a good relationship to go back to. It's got potential, and I think, yeah, that's what I was saying to you. This card tells me, it speaks to me about communications. In other words, outwardly they might appear fine, but you see, there's the withdrawn card, hermit cards. In other words, it's like not being open to things. So, but I definitely think that this will be resolved. This can be resolved. If you and Jay want to resolve this, I do believe you can resolve it. Will he tell everyone about it? About what? I'm not sure what you mean, but that's a different question. So I need to get all the cards back into their respective places, because that's already a different reading altogether. So to ask again, why we had. I'm not sure I understand why we had an. Okay, I'm going to paraphrase this. I'm not sure if I'm understood. Will you tell everyone about it? Why you had an argument, or why you argued? I'm not sure what you meant. Okay, I can ask you. I'm not sure. I don't know what the point is of him telling everybody. Okay, here we go. Are we going to not go nuts with the focusing? The answer is kind of yes. Ads again. Yeah, I'm actually going to change. I think I'll change that now. Oh, geez, this machine is now running so slowly. Start shutting down some of these windows. Okay, let me know when you're back. My machine's really running sluggish. This could actually be OBS. It probably could be helped just by closing the OBS down, and you also exit the voice chat because I'm there by myself. That won't help. Disconnect. Okay, that also helped. I actually can forget. This is one of the reasons why I also don't connect Discord to the voice chat, because it also takes a bandwidth. So unless we're actually using it, I don't have it on. I don't have a ultra high speed, connection. So okay. You asked, can you send the link again to the text? You mean this one? Can you send the link again to the text? I don't have a link to my system or reading, because I came up with it. I wrote a book, but I haven't published it yet. There is no link to the way I do it because it's in my head. Well, I mean, it's written, but it's not. Lady, I haven't got it anywhere because it's something that it's just the way I do things. I am putting together a workshop. No, because it's just something I've done for 20 years. I've written a book about it, but it's not complete, which I have to finish now. Then that will be published. And I'm going to be doing fucking. It makes me so exhausted having a semi-migraine. That's why I closed the queue. Yeah, so I don't have it anywhere. The basic definitions that I use, I was going to be that will be eventually be up on my website. It's just it's not ready, so I haven't put it up because it's not ready. My own notes don't even correspond to what I wrote in the book. I haven't gotten around to doing it. I have to do that now. That will be next when I finish this book that I'm doing for the customer. Then I also need the book to be finished for for the full workshop. I'll have a basic. I'm going to be recording basic introductions into these things, which would be like an inexpensive online course, and then there will be like an advanced workshop with it. Spiritual Baddie, I told you yes. You asked me if you could resolve the issues, and I said yes. So why are you still wondering? I think part of the problem is not just one-sided. I feel like you didn't either you didn't hear the reading or you didn't listen. It's possible. I mean, the connection was really quite bad at that point. I would suggest. Tribulator, you would be next, but since you left the queue, I don't think that pretty Coca is here anyway. I've called twice. Yeah, the last. Okay. I did the spread that you wanted, that you called. See, it's now. I don't know if it's going to be split. I don't even know how long I was streaming for. Damn it! I think it was about. It would have been about. What's the time now? So it's 10 o'clock. I started streaming at about. It'll be about 2 hours into the VOD. I'm not sure if it'll be in two pieces because I disconnected and reconnected. So there may be two VODs. It's either the beginning of this last VOD or the end of the one before that. So just have a look and see that might play smoother on if you want to go back over it. But essentially, the two, I answered the question that you asked. Will me and Jay work out our problems? So I said yes. That was a very definite. The cards were repeated. No, I didn't do the reading while the ads were on. I chatted to people while I was waiting for you to come back for the ads. So I did the readings while you were here. I never do. There's no point. I never do readings when people are in the ads. I just wait for them to come back. We chat about other stuff until the ads are done. And then the other reading, the one that you redeemed, that was again had the same cards as in the questions that I asked and all the other questions. That's why I said I cannot remember all of it. I'm sorry, but you'll have to go and watch the VOD because there were lots of cards on the table at one point. I cannot remember all of them. I have a migraine. That's what I'm saying to you. If you want to listen to that again, you're welcome. It will be at the end of the previous VOD or this last VOD, because I'm not sure if Twitch is going to put it up as one or as, but it's around about the 2 hour mark is when this reading was done. So you asked the question, I answered. The answer is yes. You can work out these issues, but you need communications. You're not communicating on some level, and because I didn't get feedback from you, I don't know what the problem is. Then the last cards that you put down, I don't remember anymore. I keep saying to people, I don't. This is not a book that I can reopen and look at. Once information's gone, it's gone. If you didn't hear, that's why I said please watch the VOD, because I don't remember. I don't remember these things. I'm not having a conversation like a normal conversation. Once I've done the reading, the last cards were, you asked. Okay, it was a question. It was a question that you asked. Let me refresh your messages. If I see your message, I'll remember, because you asked. Wasn't that one? Oh yeah, the last cards. Okay, the last cards you asked. Will he tell everyone about it? That was the question. That was those last cards. It was. I know. I remember the answer was mostly yes. It was yes. Hey, Son of Stargazer, how you doing? So the answer was yes there. And I said, I'm not sure why he needs to tell everyone about your argument. This is what I'm talking about, communications. You and Jay need to work out these issues. He doesn't need to tell anybody else about whatever argument the two of you had. This is between the two of you. And that was that question that you were talking about. Then you also ask, they say, but you can't keep asking hundreds of questions. I have a migraine. And you can't, I've already told you, you can work this out. So what you ask now is just another way of asking the same thing. Okay. Take this as a yes. Okay. I'm not answering this again tonight. Okay. This is an absolute yes again. I keep repeating myself. Okay. I'm sorry if you couldn't hear, but I did not do this when you were under adverts. Yes, he still wants to do this. Okay. Get it into your mind. This is an absolute 100% yes. Okay. He does want to work things out with you. Okay. This card has come out 3 times now. This one's come out twice. This is the romance card. Does that give you an indication? The answer is yes. Doesn't matter how many times you keep asking me. You need to work on talking with Jay about this. Something between you and Jay is not, you're not communicating on some level. Maybe spiritually or emotionally. You said that I had the hermit card. Gosh, it's so uncomfortable now. I can't even sit properly. It's another reason I can't wait to leave Ireland, because whatever the hell they burn here in winter to warm up the houses gives me splitting migraines. That's another reason I just cannot wait to leave. I'm sick of the smell. There was a hermit card. Definitely look again at the VOD, because even though it was buffering for you, it should play okay. Once it's just a VOD that's recorded, because I remember speaking about there was a hermit card. There was over here on this side when I was doing the cards, and if you watch the VOD, it'll say what that answer was about. I don't remember anymore. The 5 of spades is like the hermit card for me. Yes. I remember you saying that. Yeah. So okay. So that is what you need to work on. I think. I don't see it. You see, look, you've got an absolute confirmation that you can definitely resolve this. I don't get any cards to say that you should not do this. So you have to find a way of getting him to talk about whatever it is that you need to talk about. I don't know, because I'm not in the relationship, so I don't know what needs to be talked about. Do you know what I'm saying? You have to communicate with Jay. Without communications, no relationships survive. They don't survive. So you need to, whatever it is. Doesn't make sense. I can't keep repeating myself. I'm too tired. I've got a splitting migraine. I don't think I'm going to just advance the card. I don't think this pretty Coca is here anyway. So it'll be the end of the queue. You see, if at least I understood a little bit about what it is that you need to talk about, I could advise you. But I have no idea what it is. So I can't give you any more advice on that. Hey, El Hiti. No, it's not feeling better or worse. It's that they burn the shit in Ireland. I think it's the peat. They burn this and it gives me a splitting migraine. And as long as it's fucking winter and they are burning the shit, the smoke is everywhere. You cannot get away from it. And I get a splitting migraine from it most days. If I smell it, if I can smell it, I get a migraine from it. And it fucking pisses me off, because we shouldn't have to smell what other people burn. You know, if you're cold, get smokeless burning materials. You know, get electric heater or get a gas heater or get something. But they just burn it's anyway. It's one of those joys of being in Ireland. They burn shit. It's cold. We're going to burn stuff. And they just burn anything. Spiritual Betty? Okay, I've asked. I'm not sure if you're still there or not. Is there anything else you want to ask quickly? Because I'm fading very quickly now. I cannot sit here and wait for people to reply or not reply. Even with the delays that are happening on Twitch. All right, I give up. Honestly, it's like pulling teeth at some people. Oh. Right, the conversation is also dried up as well. So I think let's see who's there to raid, and I'm just going to go because I'm getting very angry, very cranky now, and my eyes are sore. And I'm. Oh yeah, lady, we're talking about. Let's talk about that. Sorry, I just remembered now. My mind is now all over the place. Yeah. So there isn't a basic. I mean, there's a basic, but there isn't anything written about it because it's kind of evolved over 20 years. So it's not a system that, I mean, you can get the meanings of the cards from. There's a few good websites. I've posted the one. I've got the link to it, but they will not be the same as mine. Just so that you're forewarned, because at the beginning, people used to come in and say, "Oh, but that's not what that card means." I said, "I don't give a shit what you think the card means because you don't use my system." So it's like, go away, go bother somebody else. Do you want a reading or do you want to tell me what to do? Let me see. There's the one website I really like. If I can find the link here. Her website is brilliant. I don't think it's meant. Who do I need to murder? No, it's a headache. It's like a migraine. It's the smoke. Unfortunately, where the hell? I can't see anything. I saved this damn link. Maybe here? Nope. I'm really battling to see anything. Okay, why? Everything's running very slowly. Where's that link? God damn it, I deliberately saved this link. There we go. Okay. So if you want to start out, the only thing I would suggest is don't learn this system if you want to learn mine, because they're not the same. It's similar, but it's not the same because mine is developed. It's something I've developed over time. So we'll have bits and pieces of everything. So this website, it's a witch. She calls herself the witch of poor memory or something. It's quite funny. It's kind of written in a quaint way. Her site is very, very good. I highly recommend a website. However, I don't do things the way she does, but her website is very good. She's got a lot of really, really good information, like information on how to divination of diseases and stuff like that, which I don't do. I don't do because I cannot remember it. Yeah. So my system is really ultimately very simple. The spreads, I come up with them as I need them. Otherwise, they're questions. It's a yes or a no. I mean, to put it very simply, because my brain's a bit fried. It's a very simple. So if it's mostly red, it depends. It depends what you set in your mind. So like I have different ways I ask the question. It can be straight yes or no, which if you decide red is yes and black is no, then that's 2/3 yes. So it's a yes. And then you can choose to interpret it, but I always choose that in my brain before I ask the question, not afterwards. Because if I just ask for a yes or no answer, and then I start looking at the cards, the universe didn't send those answers. It just sent yes or no. That's why I always say to people, ask the questions properly. Ask for what you want to hear. Because if you change your mind afterwards, then you can't reinterpret them. So my system's pretty much based on, when you see me doing this, it's a yes or no based system. So that answer was yes. So then it goes on to the next. It's like positive elimination. Does this mean, I don't know, lots of money in the bank? Okay, let's just say that. So diamonds represents money. Okay, and then red C. So red C. Do you see how you get what you ask for? Okay, look, recognition. Sometimes, look there again. Sometimes the Queen of Diamonds can sometimes be like a gold digger. To just use a very simple term because people know what it means. Okay, that's also a divination card. the 7 is en route to abundance. So you see that's how my system works. So it's an absolute yes. You see, I started pulling the cards as I said, and diamonds will be money. So the diamonds came out. So that's how my system works. So then let's say I ask, and a person might be asking, oh, does it mean I will inherit it or marry somebody with money, or will I make my own money? So like in my head, I say red will be, it will come from another source, like inheritance or marriage or whatever. And in black, I will make the money. Okay, again, I do it again. This is a very simplistic version of it. Okay, so here we've got two-thirds red. So emotional stability, opportunities. So the chances are the money will come through someone else, like through an inheritance, through a stable relationship, which that would represent. Do you see how I get to my answers? But this is just for example. But that's when you see me doing this is what I'm doing, because sometimes I don't understand. There was no question there. So like, so this is the workshop I'd like to put together, is to actually after the book is done and after the basic course is done, people who wanted to sit and go through like the spreads that I use that you can redeem, and that then they can go with the course. I'd love a Joe deck as well, but I don't have the time to make one. That's the problem. And to sell 2 or 3 packs, it's like to spend like a month designing them. Like what cards I say, like fuck off. I've got one of those. I made one of those. Letters Criminals. Where's that pack? Oh, my head hurts. And the problem is that it's like you can't really get away with it, because until their fire goes out, it doesn't go away. I've showed you these that I did once. I had great fun doing them. See? And there's another one. There's 4 of these. And not now. Stop asking and not now. When? Not now. We used them once very briefly, but I'm not sure why I actually got them. I wanted to make them, so I made them. I'm actually going to eventually I'll probably make them as an official deck that you can actually buy. But I don't believe in divination of time, because it doesn't work. Everybody believes that it does work is lying, because it doesn't work. As soon as you know the future you've lived in, as soon as you've lived it, there's no point in living it, so it will change. I could make one easy. No, no. I've also started collecting those. I've got a relative amount of decks that I'd like to make. The one is an actual deck like this, but the thing is, it requires a lot of time and investment into it that it's not likely to pay off. So I wanted to make a deck like this. It'll be very Art Deco, very elegant. Like we'll have like long letters, names, and things. Then, like instead of having it like just mirrored over, at the bottom would have at least probably the 3 keywords. Because as I've written the book, I've got 3 keywords for every card. So they would have the 3 keywords on the card, and then of course it would be designed. But the thing is, the chances of selling this is very low. So it's like, why would it's like a very bad business idea. It's a great artistic idea. It's just a very, very bad business choice. And I right now I don't have the money to invest into systems. It is criminal. You'd have to understand what it was about. Or some book title. You never know. I wrote a book, not my life. So I'm currently still writing a book called Is. So latest criminals. The latest criminals. It sounds like it's a book that people would wonder, what the fuck is this? They go, wow, what the hell is this about? So people might actually look at it. So I might one day call the book the latest criminal, just because. The classic quotes down. Yeah, sometimes you just title things and you give things names just because people are going to be curious. How are you, China Doll? And no, I'm not doing readings. I have a migraine from smoke from somebody. It's Ireland. They have peat and shit that they burn, and then the smell gives me a migraine. Are you still going to let me test read for you? Yeah, you can if you want. No, I mean. Oh, you mean no, the Cartmancy one's already got a name. It's all branded. See? On the cards. Everything's on the cards. And I don't do, when it comes to business, I don't do anything just whatever. No, everything has a reason. That's why there's a website. Oh, damn. That's why there is a site called On the Cards. That's why everything's there. Hold on. Why is this not turning on? That's why there's a website called OnTheCards. Okay. That's why the YouTube channel is called Cartomancy. I got it. Finally got it. That's why everything is called On the Cards, because the book's going to be called is called On the Cards. Then I don't know what you mean. Oh yes, but I have to finish it. That's the thing. Now I see what you mean. Test read. I thought test read is in reading. Yeah, no, absolutely. Just remind me close to the time. I can't remember who will have asked. I used to have, but I don't encourage people to join anymore because I need to redo everything. I used to have my newsletter used to have a thing for people who wanted to be test readers at the time. So it was something you could tick, and then you'd be added in. Your subscription to the newsletter would have a tag, so that when I sent out, but that's when I still used to publish. Now I can't be bothered. I just write the books and I publish. But this one has to be published very soon, actually. So you will definitely get a copy of it, and then you can have whatever you find. You can let me know. This one is actually not too difficult to release because it's not overly grammatically correct. It's not a story. It's just descriptions. It's literally like one sentences kind of thing. So it's easier to self-edit as well. But definitely, that goes for anybody who's on here who actually wants to read it. I will let people get a copy on the condition, obviously, that they come back and tell me if there's errors. Like, I'm not giving away free books. I'm asking people to actually read the fucking things and tell me, okay, there's an error on this page or that page, or, with this paragraph. Because I also used to have people that would go, oh, there's an error. I said, oh, that's great. It's 70,000 words, dear. Where's the fucking mistake? Oh, I don't know. Oh, that's very useful. Okay, I was never that sarcastic. I'm only this sarcastic on Twitch. But it's like, oh, there's an error in the first paragraph. The first chapter, I said, its first chapter's got like 2,000 words. You get to like, let me in on the secret, this big secret. Oh, I'm not sure. It's like, oh, because that's fucking useful. It's like saying, your roof's on fire. I'm not sure, maybe, maybe it's not. Maybe it's just the sunset coming off the... So that doesn't help me, like what I used to do with, when I used to be, used to publish a lot. And I've explained this before. I used to we'd read each other's books like authors, and then I would make a list. So I would have my phone as I was reading. I'd have my electronic book, my electronic phone, and I'd be So like if I found anything, I would just write. So I would write like the sentence where there was an error. So you can search for it. What happens is that like what I do is I will search for, this is how I work with my customers. Like when I send David back now any corrections that I find, because he's not paying me to edit, it's not a physical book. Everybody still expects to get books. It's like, where do you think the money comes from for me to just send it? It's not even published, and I'm going to send people printed books. Well, unless you're talking about the Word document, that depends. If somebody's actually going to edit the document, then yeah, I will send them as a copy of the virtual book. Otherwise, I don't send anybody that book. Like, why would I send people an actual book, the original copy of the book in Word documents? Only editors get that. I don't send that to anybody. People have tried. I said, no, why would I give you that? So that's my original document. Why would I give other people that? No. You know, unless you're actually going to edit, you can get a book to read. That's it. Right. So what was I saying? Jamie, you were also saying some stuff. Oh yeah. No, just reading up. Yeah, the lettuce I had planted and put outside, and then some flying bugs had eaten it. Yeah, it was very annoying. It still has not. Well, it won't recover now because it's winter. So I've got one that all of a sudden just wilted, just like literally overnight. The one I still had on my kitchen counter, and there were still a few leaves I could have eaten. I forgot. They was right in front of me. It's always right in front of me on the counter, and I didn't put it into the food I was eating. So I thought, well, that was clever. But now it just went. It's just wilted. I thought, okay, I'll put it like on top of the heater. You know, it'll get nice warm air. Yeah, maybe it's overwatered or something. The soil's wet because it feels like the soil's wet. No, it's just like, no, I've had enough of life now. I'm a wilted lettuce, and that's the way I'm going to stay. So that's it. It's just it's the weather. I mean, it's very cold. Even inside the house, it's not very cold. But the interesting that's the one I was so surprised that they ate that lettuce, because the brown lettuce, that the one that goes like a deep red brown color, that one's actually very hardy. It's still looking very sprightly outside. Okay, it's under the cover. It's under cover of the. I took them out from the open air to underneath the roof overhang, so they are sort of a little bit more, but they're still looking fine. They look very, very sprightly. But I've realized that they don't last very long. The one lettuce got like literally like that thick. The stem. It's like a tree with very small leaves now, so it's kind of pointless. But looked like it was getting seeds. But I think I don't know if it's still going to go into seed or not. So I was surprised when they ate the fucking red ones, because they don't like the red ones. I think it was just because they were still very soft. You know, they were still very freshly kind of grown. But the other one's still looking good. Middle of winter, well, not middle of winter. At the beginning of winter, there's still a few, but they're not growing now. Now they're going like, I think I'm slowing down. You went shopping today. What did you get? I haven't left the house since last week. No, Monday. Did I go on Monday? Did I go out on Monday? Yeah, I did go out Monday. I had some stuff to do. I went into town. I don't really like leaving the house, I'll be honest with you. Oh, God, Christmas. I was so hoping to be gone by Christmas. Sunny Mexico. Oh, God, now I'm going to be stuck here. Oh, that's cute. Is it like one of those Sims TP type things they can play in? I don't know. I asked this yesterday or the day before. Let's just have a curiosity, like a kind of out of desperation. It's like, would I be leaving before January? Now it seems like it's a yes. There's the joker. There's the yes. There's and there's the abundance. There's the traveling over water. Traveling by air. What's it? I forgot. Can't even remember. So we'll see. I'm really dreading this. I feel like one of these, like, it's just going to be all of a sudden somebody's going to say, right, we can go, but you go now. You have to pack up and go. Like I literally have a few days to sort everything out, and I'm really starting to get concerned about it. Which I kept smacking people, like you had it under your arm or something, and like spinning around and smacking people with it. That's cute. Well, the one's still relatively small, isn't he? He's still a toddler. Oh, so they haven't seen it. So that. Sorry, excuse me. Sorry about that. Oh, was that your head? Terribly sorry. That'd be very cute though. Imagine they get up in the morning and it's like there's a tent in the middle of the lounge. That'd be very cute. Gosh. Oh, I hope tomorrow that there's no smoke. I think what I must actually do is tomorrow I must actually make sure I close all the vents. I don't actually that smoke just gets in everywhere because like I literally don't have much open. There's just the vents, and the kitchen window had a was like just a tiny bit open. My oldest would love it. Yeah, I think the youngest one is a little bit too young to enjoy it yet. Next year, by next year they will both have. Your oldest will have forgotten. So by next year it'll then eventually they'll cotton on. But I think next year it will be just as much of a surprise. And then the two of them can enjoy it. The oldest is what, 2? No, how old is your oldest? I've forgotten now. I know you told me. I gave 2, yeah. Yeah, at 2 next year he won't. He will have forgotten the tent, so you can use it again next year. You can put it up, and then it'll be like a goldfish. Wow, this is an interesting room. I mean, if you did it every week, you'd remember. But I think in a year's time, you won't remember. I think you only really start to remember like 4, 5. Really, you start to have memories. So I think you're good to go at least till 5, and even 6, because the other one will still only be like 3. So you got a good run on this TP. They won't remember. Wow, that's a fantastic. No, wait, we had a tent last year. Mom, I'm 35. Why do you keep putting the TP out? Just give us the cash. That'd be funny. Stop it with the TP. Imagine. Oh wait, I keep forgetting. I got to find a way to automate this. Now it's closed. At least tomorrow we started with the thing closed. This actually was a complete waste of my time doing the graphics because nobody ever looks at it. It's like, is the key open? No, it's like it's closed. Although in all fairness, in this channel, it doesn't mean anything. It really means squat because I can't remember to open or close it. Yeah. I think the TP idea is great though. And then you don't put any of the presents in it. You put them behind the couch. You tell them the presents are in the teepee. And they go back, wait. There's no presents. Oh, they're not there? You send them on a treasure hunt. Maybe they're behind the armchair. And then the next year they're cotton on. They know that there's nothing in there. So you put them in the teepee. This is what a good Aries parent does. Confuse the crap out of the child. That's the idea. Confuse them. It'd be more fun for the parents. No, that I mean, that would be funny. It wouldn't be good parenting. It would just be funny. Or even better, get Harry Potter's teepee. Wow, it's bigger inside here. It's just like the TARDIS. Yeah, I would love a Harry Potter tent. Hey, you wouldn't have to pay rent. You just like put it down anyway and just go inside and you have all the comforts and amenities of the Potter tent. Endless possibilities. Come into my tent. How did you get the grab piano? Never mind. Don't ask questions. This is the Harry Potter tent. You can have anything you like. How does it fold up? Ask no questions. I like that. I like that idea though. The whole fantasy tent inside. It's a bit like the TARDIS, but just more Harry Potterish. I haven't watched any of the new ones for quite a few seasons. I think since 2018, I haven't watched any of them, so I've got quite a few to catch up on. I believe the last one wasn't an overly big success. People didn't really quite like it. I also heard something. I think Tennant wanted to come back, or was going to come back, or it was rumored to come back, or something. I don't know if there was a thing. I just caught it somewhere because he played quite a fun one. He was quite a fun Mr. Who, Doctor Who. There was one that was really insipid. I forget now. I went to cinema 5 times. What do you mean? Doctor Who's on TV, not on the cinema. Really? I went to cinema 5 times. I'm not sure I understood. Oh. Yeah, who are you talking about? Oh, the Potters. Yeah, I used to have the whole set of DVDs as well, but I got rid of everything. I had this ultra high quality Lord of the Rings as well, which was actually in 2 discs. So you'd have, because they're long, they're like 3 hours. So you had like ultra high quality. So they split the movie into 2, so you had 2 CDs. No, I said like the TARDIS. It's bigger on the inside. Except the TARDIS is always the same. Maybe Harry Potter's at least, the tent can change, which I like. The TARDIS is just the TARDIS. It's got a big screamy thing in the middle. It's not very interesting. It's just a big screamy thing in the middle. And that's it. Harry Potter at least has interesting things inside. But I like Doctor Who. I like the. I never really saw the in between episodes. I saw because a friend of mine he was British and he said that if you're going to start watching, it'd be good to watch the first few seasons, and then watch the new Doctor Who's. Because you don't really have to watch all the Doctor Who's. So I never did. I never really watched all the in between. I just watched the seasons that he advised. I've got a bit of Lord of the Rings film. Yeah, like I had a box set. It was really, really lovely. I can't remember how much it sold for, probably for peanuts. But it was an entire box set. It was like literally about this thick. I think it had 2 CDs per. It was 2 CDs per movie for the Lord of the Rings, and then it had like an extras. So it was a triple. Every movie was 3 discs. So there were 9 discs in total for the whole thing. Honestly, by the time I had that, I didn't even have a DVD player anymore. That's the funniest thing. I just had the CDs because nobody has DVDs and CD players anymore. It's quite tragic. Except I still have thousands of CDs in storage. I took them all out of the boxes and I've just got them in containers with the covers and the CDs. So that I didn't like having to give up because I always wanted to one day sit and watch them, and I thought that would be great to watch them at like uncompressed, at full, full color, full sound and everything, and just enjoy the experience again. So I was always a bit disappointed that I had to get rid of all those things. You mean in like sales in? Oh, you mean the copies? That one was really, really nice. It was a really nice set. The Harry Potters were just copies that a couple of them were like sort of slightly fancier special editions with extras or whatever. But that particular was a Lord of the Rings box set with literally 3 discs per movie. I'd imagine that would probably worth something, but I don't know anymore because people don't have DVD players. I keep thinking I wish I had the money to order myself it's actual film, like a projector film. Yeah, I used to have in my PC. I used to have the DVD player, but I mean I don't have that anymore. I had to get rid of all of that. I don't know if they still do, but they sell the external DVD recorders that plug into USB, which of course is not really great. It's a solution because USB is not that fast, so it kind of needs to be plugged into the PC. But if I had the money, I would have ordered one just to have one. When I eventually build my own desktop, I want to have a DVD player in it again, a DVD writer player, because I've got a lot. I don't know so much because we're talking about it. They used to plug in through. Oh fuck! I can't think of the name. I can only think. I used to have two external drives that used to connect through SATA. They connect through SATA. So USB 3.0 specifically is not faster. 3.2 might be close to the same speed. No, that's a memory stick. It's not writing to a DVD player. It's not writing to. It's not writing to media. It's just writing to. So USB 3.0 is also very old. USB 3 is about 4 or 5 years old already. No, there were more than that. I used to write a DVD in a few minutes with my DVD writer. Anyway, so that's what. But they've threatened they're going to take them off the market. I don't even know if they're still available or not. So I keep thinking by the time I get around to building a machine, I used to still have a Stiffy drive, but that one stopped working. I had a few of them. They all stopped working. They just got old. They go, fuck it, we give up, and they all stopped working. I'm not sure about that. The transfer rate, what they say on paper, is not necessarily, what translates to. But I wouldn't argue with that. But I definitely wanted to get a portable one at least. But they cost money. Actually, I'm curious now how much they cost actually. And it's a solution. I mean, I also haven't bought one because I don't actually have one. They still sell them actually. They're actually not that expensive. Wow, they really aren't expensive at all. You get 2-in-1 external DVD CD writer, burner, black or white. Wow, they're actually not that expensive. I thought they would have been. I'm surprised because many years ago they said that they were Well, I wouldn't want to buy one that's just too cheap. I don't want to have errors because I'm going to be using a lot of it to MP3. I've got my entire CD collection is MP3'd, but some of them was MP3 192 bitrate. So if I ever get my shit back from storage, then I want to redo those at a higher bitrate. So this is good news. I thought by now because they said they are phasing it out, so eventually you will not be able to get it, and you don't get any laptops with them anymore. Yeah, the Blu-ray I never got into because it never dropped in price. I think the drives weren't very expensive, but the media was just stupid. It's like, no, hell no. It's like I'm not paying that kind of money for it. A Blu-ray just never took off. It was used like for movies and that, but as a data storage system, it was prohibitively expensive. I would have loved to have had a Blu-ray because it took so much more data than DVDs. But fuck, I'm not paying that kind of money for a Blu-ray disc. So it's I just checked now. So I'm quite happy to see that they're still like readily available. So I'm not in too much panic about it, because I thought like with the records, unfortunately I did have to get rid of I had a DJ's turntable that I used to record my stuff from. With I had stuff that I wish now I had not gotten rid of, but I had to. And I had my old Pioneer record player from the 50s, and that's also gone. And stuff that I just got rid of that I shouldn't have. But anyway, but the thing is, it's a piece of fucking plastic, so you can put a cone with a needle and spin the record and put it on, and it will still make a sound. It'll wear out the record. Don't do that, please, people. You'll screw up the records. But it will actually still manually work. But my concern with the digital stuff was once they stopped making CD players and DVD players, the DVDs don't worry me too much because I don't have too many left. I have in storage my data's on some of my data's on DVDs. My concern is always the CDs because of the music. You can rip Blu-rays at full speed and it's unpatchable. Ah, okay. I never really got into Blu-rays because of the expense. And eventually, also at that point, data drives just became that much cheaper. So the Blu-ray never came down in price, ever. It just never came down in price. And the DVD, so we continued using DVDs, even though like I always really wished to have Blu-ray because I can't remember how many DVDs would fit onto a Blu-ray, but like I could have one disc on the shelf instead of having like, I don't know, 5 or 10, and it just never came down in price. And eventually I thought, well, fuck it. The drives are now cheap enough that you can just put stuff on the drive. Although I'm not crazy about drives because drives have hard drive failure. Then you lose your data. So important data, I try to keep on as many different drives as possible. Yeah. Yeah. The problem with streaming is that people think, oh wow, we can stream at 4K, but it's so compressed. Like 4K on YouTube, for example, it's almost not even worth the trouble because it is so compressed. It's so highly compressed. It's really just a gimmick. You're not getting high quality. Like when I upload my videos to YouTube, I do the encoding because usually it leaves them alone. If you upload a well optimized, not overly large file, YouTube doesn't touch them. It downgrades them to 720p, etc., etc., etc. But if you upload a really nice quality 1080p that is not large, they don't touch it. That's what people view. That's what people see is the one that you upload. So I always encode mine with Handbrake to give it as best quality as possible without it being re-encoded. I haven't heard much about the AV ones. I don't know what AV is. That like a new codec? Huh. Interesting. The whole DRM and that serves a purpose, but ultimately it doesn't actually work. Ultimately, it doesn't actually work, as proven over and over. Yeah, I suppose the I mean the graphics card processors have really gotten quite far in terms of purely processing. They're basically pointless for most people because they never ever actually. It's like buying what like an SL65 with a twin bi-turbocharged supercharged V12. Most people never ever drive that anywhere near a quarter of its capability, so it's a complete waste of time. So half of the graphics cards literally are wasted on most people because they simply have no way of using the engine. It's just there. They just buy it because it's the latest and the greatest. I said, yeah, you realize you're never going to use it. It's like literally like buying a V12 with a bi-turbo on it, and then you never go faster than 60. Do you know how much fuel you consume? Well, actually, but at 60, probably very little, because it's not even idling. It's hardly left idling at 60. It just becomes pointless. Yeah, I also wish I still had my original PC, but mostly out of sentimentality, because I don't have any use for it. So I have an old laptop which a friend of mine sent for me from the UK, which depends if how I go to. That's got a CD player, a DVD player, DVD writer. I think it writes DVDs, or it might just write CDs. And I've used it, and I've actually had to use it. That's why I still have that old laptop. I was thinking, if depending how I get to South America, if I take the trunk, I'm definitely going to put it in there. I mean, it's heavy, but it's not that bulky. I'm going to definitely put it into that trunk. You know how many times that stupid thing has saved my ass? Because I've done something on my laptop and completely locked myself out of it. It happened to me yesterday. I had to do a restore. Yeah, Windows just drives me fucking bonkers. Yeah, I've been thinking about it since you've been talking about the AMDs. Like, I'm not sure if I would ever go back to AMD. Again, I'm a huge fan of the Underdog. I don't know if I ever would go back to the AMD. The AMDs or the AMDs are nice is for bottlenecking. They are very good at handle bottleneck. They got a wider bottleneck than Intel. That's the one advantage. But for most things, don't actually. These days, I suppose some of the software has changed. Actually, I'm probably changed the subject, shouldn't I? People often change this when you're not doing readings anymore. Screw it. Can't be bothered. I'm going to go just now anyway. AMD has had a big motherboard advancement, and that is the one thing that I this is years ago because I haven't kept up with it. The advantage of which was the big Ryzen was that the size of it, so the actual cooling aspect of it was so much larger that it had a huge cooling advantage because of size. Yeah, that's another thing. I am so sick of fucking Intel. Do you know when I left? Do you know how many perfectly usable processors I had in the cupboard that I couldn't use because I could not get a motherboard? Okay, Jamie. Yeah, what's the time? It actually feels so much later today than it actually is. I feel like I still need to go and do some work. I should not. Well, at least I stopped myself from working any further than 4:00 this morning because I really wanted to go do some more. Last night I thought, no, if I go and do some more, I ended up getting up very late anyway. Yeah, that's the one. Yeah, that is the one advantage of the AMD. Are they awake again? Or is the little one awake again? Okay, Jamie. I hope he's feeling better tomorrow. And I'll catch you tomorrow. I will be streaming this weekend. And then I need to make a plan for next week. Thank you for everything, Jamie. Always. And give it some thought about like what you would like to see, like the hangout. What would you like to see in it? Because nobody ever gives me answers. If we should do 1 day a week, subscription readings only. I mean, as it is, I do so few readings anymore these days. So, but give me ideas because that's the whole point, was to set up the community. That was the biggest thing. Now he's going to run a test to see maybe, like, because I'm going to sit here all night. Runs on a 2005 PC. Good night, Jamie. See you tomorrow. Yeah, I kind of wish I still had my old. Well, it evolved. It evolved a lot. My old machine. The original was a Pentium 100, which was, they wanted to sell me a Pentium 90. Good night. They wanted to sell me a Pentium 90, and I said no. I want a Pentium 100. I said because it'll last me longer. It'll be more current. I didn't know much about PCs back then. Not that there was really a very big difference between the 90 and the 100 back then. Like, it wouldn't have been that great. That was actually an unnecessary upgrade at the point. But anyway, it was still fun. Pentium 1 100. So it was Pentium 1, and the processor was the 100 megahertz. I think it was 100 megahertz. I can't remember now. Then I eventually upgraded the box, because I still had, and I had one of 6 that were brought into the country, and they never brought any more in, and they chose not to sell them. But when I walked into the chain, back then we didn't really have a lot of sort of computer stores. We're talking about 1995, 1994 probably. And I went in, I thought, ooh, that looks like a hi-fi. It looked like a hi-fi. I don't even think I've got photographs of it anymore. I mean, there might be some photographs of like just I'm really upset I didn't at least take photographs. So it looked like a hi-fi. So it had 2 speakers, it literally looked like a hi-fi. It was, I think they actually called, it was called the multimedia thing. So it was probably only about that wide. It wasn't a very wide box. In the front, it had 2 speakers with air vents and everything for the air to release out. The speakers weren't great, but they weren't bad. At the bottom, it had like a hi-fi. It had left-right volume adjuster. It had bass, treble, volume. I can't remember, but it had a whole lot of literally twisty knobs. Like, it looked like a hi-fi. It looked like something that you would have on a hi-fi shelf. You could actually have put it on the shelf like a hi-fi. It also had front-mounted, which was rare. This is talking about 1995. Okay, had a front-mounted earphone and microphone, separate jacks. I'm trying to remember what else it had. I don't remember. It was a stunning multimedia case, and I never got rid of it. And eventually, I upgraded the Pentium 1. I took the angle grinder and I cut the back of the box out, because I had to move the power supply. I had to move the power supply by 1 centimeter for the Pentium 2 to fit in, because the Pentium 2 came in upright, whereas they had this really idiotic idea that we're going to put the cards in upright, so it didn't fit by like 1 centimeter. So I had to cut out the box and move the power supply over to the side. Then I could get the Pentium 2 board in it, and that's what it always had. I couldn't get anything else into the chassis after that. But when I bought it, I had a floppy drive and a stiffy drive, because I had stuff on floppies and I had stuff on stiffies. So I had a machine that had a stiffy drive and a floppy drive. Then with the upgrade, I think I can't remember why, but I had to get rid of the floppy drive. I think the floppy drive also, I had 2 floppy drives, and neither of them worked. Eventually I just gave up. Just took it out. I think I replaced it with a CD. I think that old machine eventually had a CD, had one of the older CD writers. So I took out the floppy drive. I just had the stiffy drives, but the stiffy drives over the years just stopped working. So I do miss. I hope I've got some photographs of it, at least just for memory's sake. But it's really a stunning thing, and I had it for many, many years. And for years, I ran it as a server when we used to dial up to the internet. You know, those very retro sounds that you kids hear. We used to do that. So we used to get a special rate that you could, if you could connect on a Friday, like it was a flat rate between peak hour at night, just past peak hour at night, to just before peak hour in the morning. So we would connect, like, I think it was like 8 o'clock. You wait for 8 o'clock, connect, and then you pay a flat fee right through to the morning. So, you know, most Windows, most computers are not that stable. So what I used to do is, used to run 3 computers, because there used to be 2 people in the house that were on the internet. So I'd run my old Pentium 2 with Windows 2000, which was, nothing has ever been that stable. And that would just connect to the internet and run a couple of other bits and pieces. And I had it with a separate screen. And then we would log into that one through to the internet. So it was fantastic. It literally worked for many, many, many years, even after I stopped using it. So I do miss it. I had wrapped it up, and it was, I think it was might even have been in its original box, cardboard box with the styrofoam and everything. I think I don't remember. Right, gave it a spin. Predictable, no. Yeah, I think 1080p might be a bit a little bit much. Oh, hang. I just had a reconnect thingy going on there. Yeah, CPU intensive. Yeah, well, that's what I keep saying is they have deliberately made software run very badly to force people to spend money, which is very tragic. I find it very, very tragic that it's like phones. We get this new phone and it runs the same speed as your old phone. Like, then what's the point of getting yeah, because they're loaded with more and more spyware. The screens get more and more pixels, which you cannot see. And it just makes the phone run slower. It runs the same speed as the old phone. They both do exactly the same thing. You may as well have the old phone. And it drives me fucking nuts. This is why I like lean operating systems, but it's very difficult to get them to actually work now. Windows 8 was really one of the last ones that you could really like strip down and force things to not run and would still run. Now, so much of it is dependent on Cortana and all sorts of fucking shit that if you just start disabling things, it starts to not work properly. I remember the VP9. For saving a bit of hard drive space. I remember the VP9. I don't remember much about it anymore. I still don't use H265. I still use H264. I don't see the benefit of using 265. I still have not seen the benefit. So I still encode my stuff as MP4 H264. I don't see the point. I tried and I thought, well, I really don't. And then it gets the MPV format, which I don't know. I just don't like the MPV format. I like it just be MP4. MP4 took me a while to get used to as well. Yeah, that's the way I look at it. It's like 2H4 is H264 is almost the same. It's far more compatible. It gives you far less issues. So I don't miss my old, I mean, I miss Cape Town. I don't miss my old life. I just miss having some creature comforts like 28K, 28-inch 4K monitors. Now, I'm just, like, when I get them, I'm going to be like, oh my God, like, I now have to sit back here like I used to, you know? I mean, I still can't touch the screen on my laptop. That's how far away it is from me here. It's going to be so weird. It's like, whoa, there's a big screen. Like, these are like little 15-inch, from 15-inch to back to 28-inch. It's like, it's going to be quite an amazing thing. Yeah, I've also looked at the HEVC. I don't know too much about it. The thing is, we need there were so many formats of many things that were great that were never adopted, like the animated PNG, which you still get animated PNG, but you had the PNV, which was never adopted. There were better versions of JPEG, which were just never adopted. People just did not adopt them. So eventually it's like, okay, we just for compatibility's sake, we just don't use them. Oh, what's HEVC 265? Yeah, that's why it rings a bell. I still use MP3s. My music's still in MP3, 320 bitrate. And you know what? I can find nothing that does what I needed to do. Like, I have not, maybe there's new reasons. And don't even talk about FLAC, because FLAC cannot do what an MP3 can do. Yes, FLAC has got better quality, but it doesn't do anything else. You can't put proper tags in it. You can't do proper music leveling with it. It's just too complicated. For me, and I'm an audiophile, you know what? 320 bitrate music, more than good enough. I still use MP3. Yeah, the AAC. Well, AAC is still very common, but you still can't. You can't. There's no programs I have an older program that I still use for leveling MP3s. I don't know if maybe now there are leveling programs for MP3, and I don't use auto leveling. So for me, I'm not interested in auto leveling because auto leveling doesn't work 100%. It just works so. It never knows what the fuck it's doing. I hate the Windows ducking like with a fucking passion. I wish I could disable it, but there's no way of getting around it half of the time. Yeah, I know it's true. I still use the Windows Media Player. But again, because I have not found anything that actually just works like it. As much as there's so much about it that I don't like. Well, if you can, I'd appreciate it. Again, like right now, I have no media to convert. So the tags you can probably do with MP3 tag. I think it's called MP3 tag. I think it supports AAC. I think it's MP3. No, that's MP stag. That's not how it's spelled. Where's the? I think. Oh, you mean you just want to? Oh, when you convert from one to the other, it loses the tags. Well, I don't necessarily want to convert them. They're MP3s, so like, why would I convert them? Yeah, but there's no point in converting an MP3 to a WAV then back to anything else. You just lost quality. Yeah, there's you see, that's the big thing. Like, why did they not put tags into WAVs? I mean, a 320-bit MP3 is a quarter the size of WAV files. I'm okay with that. It's just the WAVs have no. Oh, you're talking about space. That's why a lot of my MP3s are only 192 because I initiate started because we'd started with the whole MP3 thing. I thought, you know what, I'm just going to do some of my most favorite CDs. I'm right here. I'm at my desk. I can just press play and I can just play them. So I think initially I'd actually started at 128 because it was just literally just for the casual listening. And then I thought, yeah, I'll do like 192. So I did 192, and then I started collecting more CDs. I thought, wow, this is great. I never have to I never have to go to the other room, go through my cupboards to get out a CD again. And then I started MP3s in the car, so that was even better. So I thought, wow. So I started. I gradually over the years, I MP3'd everything. And that's why some of it's still stuck at 192. But we're talking about 3,000-4,000 CDs. So understandably, it doesn't get redone. It just stays that way. Well, now I can't anyway. I can't get access to my CDs. So, yeah, no. It gets to certain. I can't even listen unless you're listening to a very good sound system through a very good sound system. Most people cannot tell the difference. There are certain types of sound that is lost with an MP3. Okay, but if you're talking about if you are talking for for example, where I would love the AAC. Okay, classical music. Like if you've got no, because everything I've got is MP3 already. It's either good or bad. It re-encoding. It's not going to make any difference. It's just re-encode the good or the bad. I don't have any media that I can encode, and I do have the CD player. The old machine. Oh, it will have to be classical music. Like doof music doesn't make any difference. There's very little to sample. The range is very limited. It's club music. There's very little to sample. When you notice on compositions that are actually compositions, not just a drum machine, an electric guitar, and somebody shrieking in the microphone. That's pop music. That's not a composition. I mean, I like pop music, but it's not, I mean, it is a composition because it's being composed. But when you're looking at compositional type of music, which has a lot happening, that's when you start to hear the compression. You start losing a lot of the notes and a lot of the stuff, and most people can't tell. I can tell, like, if I were to listen, like, let's say an MP3 of classical music versus a WAV file or like a FLAC or something with better quality. There I could tell the difference, because that's the one thing that's always bugged me. But I've got about 300 CDs, classical CDs. That's something that's always bugged me. The MP3s do not, to the point that I almost considered making them into FLACs instead of MP3s, just the classical music. But then I couldn't level them either, so it bugged me, so I just left it. So what I did is my classical music CDs were actually leveled at about -6 decibels. That seems to have sorted out a lot of the issues. Yes, the high sounds, like the pianos, the high notes, the strings, all that gets clipped. It gets destroyed in an MP3. Oh, I can't think of anything. For example, where you can also hear it very clearly is when it's a solo instrument. So if you have, like, say, somebody playing a piano concerto, a piano sonata, okay, just like a solo sonata. Then, if you listen, that sometimes you can hear the difference between a high quality and a low quality. Purely because if you're listening, most people don't listen. They just kind of hear, "Hello, mother." But normal music, I can't tell the difference. If I can't tell the difference, nobody else can either. There's very few people that can tell the difference. But there are specific types of music that you can. No, the queue scrolls, I'm afraid, and I've got a migraine, so I'm not doing any more readings today. We were just chatting just randomly about computer stuff and music and stuff. But tomorrow night, if you turn up earlier, because this is my time. I know it's actually early-ish for me today, but I have a migraine. But if you come tomorrow about, what's today? That's about, obviously 11. Opus 10, opus 9, opus 8. About 3 or 4 hours before your time. This is my time now. Then I'll be fresh. But today, it's not because I don't want to. It's just my brain's just not working. I can hardly see properly. You're welcome, Madam Monik. But come tomorrow. We usually chat beforehand. So we chat for like an hour, sometimes more. And then we only get into the readings. Okay, Madam Mada. We'll see you tomorrow. Yeah, so Hank. Oh, excuse me. I don't have any particular CD. I've just noticed specifically with the high notes, like if you're listening to, it depends. It's difficult. Like there's a limitation in the sample. So in the sampling range that's assigned. So, for example, like if you have a roll of notes at a high frequency, the only way I can describe it, they sound clipped. They sound like it was recorded too loud and it got clipped. So that's the one thing. I've got some CDs which I battled. I re-encoded so many times the MP3 because I call it the rattle. It goes, it sounds like it's rattling, and I just call it the MP3 rattle. And it just drove me fucking nuts. And I've got some MP3s like that. When I listen to it, I just like grin and bear it, or just fast forward past that part. And it's specifically high notes. And unfortunately with classical music it was fine on records, but it's not fine on digital music because of the recording. And a lot of sometimes it's actually a fault in the actual recording, is that when they mastered it, it did clip. So it doesn't matter how you MP3 it, it's the information has been lost during the digital encoding, which is the one beauty of records, is that doesn't happen. There's a limitation of what it can actually reproduce, but it doesn't produce artifacts until the record's worn. Like I've warned people, and I've warned Manny, they love records. I said the records will wear away. You've got a needle, in the groove, pulling on that plastic. It's every time you play it, it's ripping away a piece of plastic. That's why I used to buy my records. I used to put them in the cupboard. I used to record them onto tapes because I mostly heard them as well in the car. And the records stayed in the cupboard. I didn't play them all the time. Uh, 13 megabytes FLAC. Which disc one? Or my disc one? Yeah, I don't mind. See, I'm not. I mean, I like quality. Like that's why these two speakers that I actually bought, and some of them I think they've gotten a bit of an unfair review on Amazon. I'd like to take them with as well. I mean, I could just buy another set, but like why? Since I've already paid for them. That's why I'm thinking of taking a trunk, and they really are very good. They are actually good enough. I mean, they don't necessarily have a huge bass. That's what a lot of people want. Is they just want noise, but they are really crisp. Then they say they're not proper monitor speakers, but I think they are. I think they are very close to the auto normalizing that I'd be very interested in. I've got a program that I've used with the MP3s, which I haven't really found for other formats, which is what stopped me from. And even with that, it's not perfect. It doesn't work 100%. So I listen. What I do is I used to encode the CD. In fact, what I used to do is because I didn't have time, I used to grab the CD, put it in the CD player, rip it to the hard drive, scan the covers, put everything raw into the folder, finished and unfinished. And then eventually I would just sit and spend a couple of hours, and I would just go through maybe not hundreds, but say 50 CDs, and I would reduce the cover into JPEG, small JPEG for the MP3s. I would put it into the JPEG. That's how. But I didn't give you the link to the program that I quite like. You might find this one helpful. I've used this for many years. It's not my choice for my first choice for MP3s, because I've still got something that was ported over, and it works under the Windows right-click menu, and it gives you all the details, and I still use it. I mourned it when it stopped working, and then somebody took the code and ported it over to 64-bit, so it still works, and I still use that for MP3s. If you have a bad music player, however, you will briefly hear low bitrate if you skip around. Oh yeah, the latency as well. Oh, so first the normalization, it normalizes the wave, then it encodes. Some of the software I used to use would make sense, because I do that as well when I've still got them recorded on WAV files. Some of my records, then I do it dual. I do it a safe normalization through the wave. Then I take the wave from the record, I clean it up, remove the static and all that. So I don't know. You see, I used to have a very good sound system. Then that stopped working. I think it was just a transistor. Then eventually, to try and find somebody that would fix it. Eventually, I just bought unfortunately, a Logitech. I'm becoming very anti-Logitech products. Hence this. What is it? So here's some. This piece of crap. Let's see. I haven't actually emailed him because I have no way of contacting the email, and I don't feel like registering the product and going through all the whole rigmarole just to get an automatic spit out. Oh, that's out of warranty. Yeah, no, I figured that out a month after it stopped working. I think I could figure that one out myself. I don't need to spend 3 hours registering. I was trying to find a way to actually contact him directly and tell him this is a piece of shit. Polite terms. Yeah, you see, when it comes the pop music and all that, I'm not overly concerned about. It hasn't got enough to sample. There's not enough There's not enough range to sample for it to really be an issue. But when you're talking about acoustic music, when something comes from digital to digital, it doesn't really matter as much. When something comes from an acoustic source, from an analog source, and then is put into sampled mode, then the samples are important. Again, it depends. Sometimes it sounds fine, but you have to be able to listen to the original as well. You can't also just listen to one and say, oh, no, that's fine. No, I said, no, you got to know the original. And the original one, you should probably be listening to it as analog, as close to analog as you can get to make a proper comparison. Lady, you talking to me? No, this is yet to stay until tomorrow. I'm going to go shower. I'll probably do a little bit more work. Then go to bed. I can still smell it. So as long as it takes a while for it to go away, as long as I can smell that sweet, sickly smell of whatever they burn, it persists. The problem is that now what pisses me off is like because I can't see properly, I'm going to battle to work because of it. This is what pisses me off when people just burn anything because I'm cold, so they just burn shit. They burn crap, which you shouldn't be burning. Not if it affects your neighbors. Anyway, I'm not going back over there. Yeah, so Henk, you need to be able to listen to the original. Just listening to something because, for example, that same CD with, and then she's got some weird name like, well, not weird name for her, but she's got like some Russian, Ukrainian, it's like one of the stuff, what do they call it? I forget now the name. That type of name. The Netskov something or other, but I can't remember. There's a particular CD from her. She's brilliant at playing. Well, I don't know. She might not be alive anymore. Piano sonatas. She did. I've got a whole lot of CDs with her playing them. And the whole CD is fine, except for one track. So that's what I'm saying. You need to have the original to compare. Because just because you can take one piece of music and encode it and it sounds fine, it doesn't mean anything. For there to be a proper comparison, you need to have the original. You need to be able to the original source, either in WAV file or record or whatever, and then listen to have an idea. But like I said, especially the encoders and all that have become a lot better at what they lose, what they get rid of. The challenge with encoding is, what do you get rid of? When it's all automatic, what are you getting rid of? Like, for example, there are... No, AAC is quite old. That's why I said if you had an encoder that would... that does it rip from a CD? You see, the problem with encode... If it's using a wave... normalizer, it's first got to rip from the CD to wave, then from wave to AAC. Yeah, but if it's a wave normalizer, it can't normalize the actual CD. It first has to rip it as wave files. In fact, some of my CDs had to be ripped that way because I could not. There's actually something wrong with the manufacturing. So I've actually got a couple of programs which are quite old. What they do is they read the data over and 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 over, like as hundreds of, how many times you tell it to, trying to get like overlap data to build one. And I've managed to actually remove the wave files, or I make a CD image, then extract the wave file from the CD image and then encode it. Yeah, but FLAC in a sense is already an encoding of itself. But you see, that's too many steps. When you've got 4,000 CDs, unless it does it all automatically. See, the thing with the MP3, and I would go back to using a very old version of Nero, which I continue to use for that purpose only because they changed the way the database... You see, I have this version of Nero which has my entire CD database in it. So I put the CD in, and it knows what I've typed up. It just spits it out. It just encodes it with all the tags, everything in it. All of that's very important to me. It's not just random music. Yeah. See, that starts adding so many processes that it's like, you try do that 4,000 times. Come and tell me how much fun that is. And then it has. That's why it has no tags. That's why your system doesn't have tags, because the Wave cannot have tags. So you need to put your programming mind into code. So you need to write a line of code, or however many lines it is, that will read the tags from the FLAC or whatever format it's ripping from. Okay, write it to say a CSV or a text format or whatever format that can be read. Okay, so when you're doing the conversion, reads the tags into a text file, then converts it to WAV file, then takes the WAV file, converts it to AAC, and then re-imports the CSV file or whatever it is that you've got the tags in. So that's what your logical mind can come up with. Then it'll say, then you won't have to. That's why I pasted that link to MP3 tag. I think it's a very good piece of software, and you might get some inspiration out of it for these things. Look at that one. I find it's very useful. I found it very useful for many different things, because you can also export. That's why I sent you the link. It can export the tags. So it might be a way for you, even if you have to do it 2 steps, is that you export the tags out of there. It's easier than retyping all the tags in. You can at least export it with MP3 tag and then re-import it in. And I think it supports AAC. Editing of ID3V1, ID3V2.3, ID3V2.4, iTunes, MP4s, WMAs, Vorbis, Ape. Maybe it doesn't do AAC. It should do AAC, because AAC is also using the ID tags, isn't it? ID3V, YD3, whatever. I can never get. So, so technically, MP3 tags should probably. It's also been free for a long time. See, export, rename files from tags. It's got a lot of functionality. See if it works with AAC. I can't see it. There, see, advanced audio coding, AAC, supported audio formats. Yeah, but that one, but you're very clever that way. Why do you think I sent you that program? Look at what it does, and see how it does, because it exports it. For example, it'll export the tags to HTML, RTF, and CSV. So all you need to do is just see how it does it. Well, you can still do it. You can still use it. You just got to see how it actually does it. Just analyze the code of the program. It's what I like about it as well is it's free software. I think I see now that you can actually buy it, but this is one of those pieces of software I would actually make a donation to at one point, because of it. I think it's brilliant. For example, adding covers to MP3s is great. I suppose MP3s or any other format that it supports, because you can select all of them and then drag and drop the cover onto the cover space, and just hit save, and it will, and it's quick. Let me show you the screen. Oh, I hate it when it doesn't it. Yeah, so like you select a whole lot of MP3s or whatever. It's and sometimes people add like covers into weird names. They were having front cover, they added into something else. So it's just super quick. Like for example, I have a custom. I think it's under the encoded or something, which you can add. You can customize it a lot. So for example, all the CD, all my records have been encoded by me. I added into the encoder thing. The rest I don't bother. It's just so that I know this actually came off my own records. Because Some of them, I will admit, I managed to find good FLACs or MP3s, or whatever, and I didn't record my own records, but I did have my own records. So like that, it was a note to myself to know that it was recorded directly off my records, or it wasn't. It was just kind of a copy, but it replaced the record. So definitely have a look at that. I think it can be. I know it's a very, very, very useful tags software. It's also very good at removing duplicate tags and stupid, pointless, useless tags that just take up space and confuse media players and that. It's brilliant. It really is very good for that. With a lot of copy and paste and functionality. Another thing, like you can, like say you get your I know nobody uses iTunes anymore, nobody uses iPods anymore. I do. I still got iPods, and the files are just literally 12345.mp3. This can actually rename the files back from the tags, so it can actually take weirdly named MP3s and MP4s, I suppose, as well, and rewrite them with the name from the tags. Of course, if the tags exist. If the tags don't exist, you're playing out of luck. I'm happy to see that they still make the external DVD writers. That I'm very happy to see, because that I'm definitely going to need once I get my stuff from storage. I'm going to need. Yeah, I also saw, but I no longer have anything on floppies, so I would have absolutely no use for it. I haven't had anything on floppies for many years now. I'm just very happy to see that they are still, it's still a thing, because I was actually starting to get very concerned, because now suddenly 4 years later it could be completely redundant, because no laptop comes with a CD writer anymore, or even player or DVD or anything. The USB one keeps wrecking my floppy when my internal drive. Oh, the read errors. God, there was even FAT16. I think they used to run under FAT16, I think. Or FAT8. And it was only on Windows. It was only Windows 95 that started using FAT32, I think. I think it was Windows 95. Yeah, that was such a mission. Yeah, now it's just a memory stick. Now they're just memory sticks. Like, what would take you an entire box of stiffies and floppies were worse. Now you simply put into one of these. But these are not even very. I just bought them because I wanted some restored discs and things, and I wanted cheap. But I like these because they're metal. I've actually got one on my keyring, which is now all the black. And the plain silver ones were out of stock, which pissed me off. I wanted the silver ones because then, when from knocking around that, they wouldn't look ugly. I mean, it looks super nice, the matte black. But like how tiny the things have become. It's literally just the inside of the memory stick. Anyway, so I bought a little packet of 5. It's still USB 2. I said, fuck it, I'm never using them. That's why I put one on my keyring. I just literally need them for emergency discs, because we don't have CDs anymore. They want us to be hostage to the internet. See? That's why you don't get anything on CDs. You have to sign up to, because it's so cheap to sign up to Steam and there's other criminals called the Electronic Arts. It's easier that way. Yeah. Then you no longer have any CDs. The write errors on floppies and things were a nightmare, because it was always so panicky, because if you got an error on it, in those days everything was expensive, so it's not like you had lots of copies of the stuff. It's like, oh fuck, if you discovered you had an error on your floppy, or you're waiting for it to check and see what came out. I'd imagine so. I tried to read some of the floppies that of course it wouldn't read them anyway. Some of them, so I eventually just threw them all away. There was old software in that I no longer used. I still had data on. In fact, Windows 3.1. I think I kept the license just out of fun. I've still got the license, so I could technically actually legally run Windows 3.1 because I think I've got the license somewhere. I've got the actual shiny little fucking holographic license of it. And that wasn't Stiffy. It came in a little plastic pouch that like kind of opened up and it had a whole lot of Stiffies in it. And you had to keep putting Stiffy after Stiffy. What a nightmare. Yeah, my floppy drives were the first ones to go. The floppies didn't really work anymore, so I wasn't overly concerned. Then I had a second from somewhere. I think, I'm not sure where I got it. I got another floppy drive. That replaced, I think, one of my original floppy drive. And then that also stopped working. And then eventually, it was just for sentimentality because I had this old machine and had a Stiffy drive and a floppy drive in it. It looked like an antique, in some respects, a very modern antique looking thing, because of the way the box looked like. It looks like now like one of these multimedia PCs that you get, And eventually I just fast screw it. And I couldn't. I just took out the floppy drive and I put the CD-ROM in it. But eventually all the Stiffy drives stopped working. They stopped reading. Eventually I had just the one that was in my main machine that stopped working as well. It's funny is after all this time, Windows still does not assign floppy A and drive A and drive B. It still will not assign anything to drive A and drive B. It still starts on drive C. It's so annoying. It's like we haven't had floppy drives for like 20 years. No more. We haven't had floppy drives over 20 years. Why is drive A still locked? You can't make your drive A. Or at least not that I know of. I can't remember. I don't think so. I think you can only start naming your drives at drive C. Anyway, now that I got rid of everything, I don't care anymore. I used to have boxes. There were ice cream boxes, like 5-liter containers, and I used to have cards in there. I used to have cards dating back to Pentium 1s, Pentium 2s. I used to have boxes with processors, no motherboards. The motherboards all went. I used to actually have a box. I don't even know if it still worked by then. I used to have a box with a spare motherboard and a spare processor for that one my old machine. Now it just says it just welcomed me back to the chat room. I wonder if I got disconnected there. Anyway. Yeah, but now that I got rid of all that stuff, like I have very little of it. I always wanted to frame. There was my original. Do you remember? What was that graphic? Were you too young? There was one of the first famous GPUs. It was what was it called? Hey Jess, what are you doing up so late? Oh, it's actually not that late. I just feel like it's very late because actually my migraine's starting to lift. I think the fire finally ran out of fuel. I just realized my migraine's starting to lift. So now that I got rid of everything, like I don't care. I used to have. Oh, do you remember? Have you ever heard of the Sound Blaster 16, Henk? I used to have the original Sound Blaster 16. It was amazing. Then I bought the Sound Blaster Live with the dual card for music, which I never actually ended up using. It used to have the main card, and they had another linked card to it. I had those. I was actually going to frame them. I'd always planned on framing like on velvet and put it like green velvet or something, and put it like in my office wall. No, it's not. Oh yeah, it is almost 12. Then I had the original GPU, which I can't remember what it's called. It was an NVIDIA. Was one of the first really well-known 3D graphics cards that I also wanted to frame. I couldn't get it to work on any of the machines anymore. It wouldn't work on the old machines. And it wouldn't work on any of the new machines. What was it? AGP something. I can't fucking remember. No, Voodoo 2 was after that. No, way before that. I don't even remember what it was. It was one of the very first AGP graphics cards. It was amazing for those times. I can't remember. It had like, I don't know, it was really quite amazing. So I wanted to take those and I wanted to just put them on velvet, like, and just frame them and just put them up on my wall because they were huge as well. They were really quite impressive because they were big sized things, you know. No, it's like one of the very early AGPs. No, it's NVIDIA. It was an NVIDIA. But we're long before long before the triple digit numbers. I think it was called the 16. I think it was the NVIDIA AG something 16, 3D 16 or something like that. It was one of the very first proper graphics cards. That was really super. It was super amazing, you know. It wasn't just like it wasn't just an evolution. It was like a jump forward, massive 3D jump forward. And I had one of those, and it took me a while to get one of those because I couldn't afford one. So eventually, I got it when it was already like second generation or whatever. Now it's even before the Reaver. We're talking a long time, Hank. We're talking about 20 years ago. 20, maybe even more than 20 years ago. No, then maybe it was PCI. It might have been PC. No, I'm sure it was AGP. It was the early AGP. It was you can't put them on any of the new machines, and you couldn't put them on any of the old machines. So I think it was definitely AGP. It was the first AGP slot, I think. Now you got me curious. I think it had 16 gigs of RAM, I think, or 16 megs of RAM. It was something like I can't even remember anymore. And I couldn't use it because I didn't have a machine I could use it in. I think here we go. They call it the Reaver, but this was before the Reaver. The 16. Here's the AGP. Here's the AGP 16 meg. Replacements. I'm just curious how much of it cost. I think this is it. I think this is it. It might be the TNT. It might be. There might have been. It's my browser. It might have been the TNT. This would have been this is what I remember. Rare vintage. It's all fucking vintage. It was in my machine. I still had one. I actually still had one. But it was a 16 meg. Yeah, 16 meg AGP. And that was amazing. So like I always wanted to take them and just frame them, put them on the wall just for posterity. And it was so fucking simple. It literally had nothing on it. It's just like they were just expensive. Are they still selling them? But this one looks more like, I think mine was smaller. I remember the what's the name port. I think it must have been I think it was the TNT, but it wasn't even the TNT 2. I think it was just the one I had was still the TNT. XFX, I don't remember. That's already no, that's PCI. Yeah, so I had that. Hold on, what am I doing? Clicking the wrong button. Well, I this is what's strange. I had them. Yeah, we're just talking computers and old computers. Not much new. They're just still working on that book, Jess. So I had the original retros because I had them. I bought them. That was the thing. And those GPs, those AGP graphic processors were expensive, but it was like night and day from the old generation to the new generation. And then quickly they just became the same crap, just teeny tiny bit faster, but double the price. There was no advantage to it anymore. I don't think I'd ever. I don't think I would ever rebuild a retro machine again. First of all, I don't have anything. Secondly, you can't get the motherboards. The problem with every single machine has been the motherboards go, and you cannot replace the motherboard because you can't get one. So you literally throw everything away because you cannot get a motherboard. I remember my last machine, and I put off buying it. There was one motherboard. There was a company that still had stock of one motherboard that would use the old processor, and I hummed and hawed too long. When I went back to buy one, they said, "No, sorry, the stock's gone now. That's it." The book, which one? The customer's book or my book? My book, I haven't been writing on it. I haven't had time. Customer's book, it's just work. I just work on it every day until it's finished. Yeah, that's the one advantage. That's the one thing that might get me to go back to AMD will be the fact that the CPU slot doesn't change every 5 seconds. Every single time they release a new processor, it's different. Oh, we have to change something. No, you don't actually have to change anything. It's the same fucking thing. You can just not support it on X amount of boards. Finished. Done. You don't have to keep changing it. But Intel's been in Microsoft's back pocket for ages. So most people say, "Oh, that's a conspiracy." Okay, well, you keep paying lots of money for the same shit. Pay triple, quadruple what you should be paying for it, and then be happy with that. People are very stupid. God, there's no help. Jess, did you get a second date? Before I forget, did you manage to go? Did you hint or get asked out on the second date? Mine might have been the 30. I wonder if mine was the 32 meg or the 16 meg. I'm just looking at the pictures now. It's so bizarre to see these old things. Wow, there's people selling for like 12 euros. They must be old paperweights. This is old. This is not expensive. I would expect some of the stuff to be gave me a reason not to talk again. Well, I'm sorry to hear that. I shouldn't be laughing. I'm sorry to hear that. I'm surprised to see some of these parts going for so little money, though. I would have expected them to be, especially in good conditions. Good condition. I would have expected them to fetch a fair amount of money for people who want to build old technology. Also, the problem with old technology is you're buying old technology, so at any given day they just stop working. The transistors and things just blow up and just fuck it, we're tired. Are you sure it was a legitimate reason? Just saying. You might want to maybe think about it. It doesn't take me much for me to say that. The problem with that, Jess, the only thing I'll warn you about that is you get used to doing that. After a while, you find fault with everyone. And then you're just going from one person to the next person to the next person to the next person, and everybody's human, so everybody's got flaws, and you never actually have a relationship because everyone's got problems. Everyone's. So eventually, it becomes a way of just never getting involved. So just be careful of that. You're still young, but that's how it starts. You start finding lots of excuses. It's all perfect until it's not. And then it's like, okay, next. And then you end up with some people have been on this channel and they're like 40 and they're still going next. And there's no one next. No one's in the queue. And they're saying, oh, I can't find love. I said, I can't imagine why, dear. I can't possibly imagine why at your age you still cannot find love. I mean, I can't imagine. It can't possibly be you. It can't be. I mean, it has to be every single other person on the planet. And this is why I don't have more viewers on this channel, because of the sarcasm. They come here, they take one listen to it, they go, oh, fuck no, I'm out of here. Goodbye. Not every relationship's also meant to be. Well, I mean, that is kind of, that is a thing. If there is distance, it does make it difficult to have a relationship. Sometimes that's wise, not to pursue something like that. I wouldn't, Hank. At my age, I wouldn't do that. If somebody, like I've said before, if somebody was going in my direction, or somebody could give me an alternative to the life that I've got kind of planned, or hope to have planned, or I think is waiting. Okay, I wouldn't do it. I really wouldn't, because I'm 53, going to be 54. This is the life I want. So I wouldn't do long distance either, because to me it's a waste of time. In some cases it works, but very few. But what I don't understand is people knowing this, they still get into long distance relationships, and then they go, "Oh no, it's too much. I can't work. I think I changed my mind." Like, what? You didn't know the person lived 30 minutes drive away? It's like, you didn't know this? It's like, what are you, crazy? Yeah, it also depends on the traffic. Like, to get to Dublin, it's 20 kilometers, and it'll take you a good hour. During peak hour, it'll take you 2 hours to get there. So it also kind of depends. For example, I wouldn't mind so much to drive if it's not heavily traffic. I'd rather drive 30 minutes on the open road than 15 minutes in town. Put it that way. Yeah, no, I used to do that. That's why people think, oh, yeah, very noisy, very lawny, very fancy car. I said, no, I used to spend between half an hour to drive to work, and then another half an hour to an hour driving home. I spent 2 hours out of 24 hours in a car. Why would I not buy a car I was comfortable in? And that's what I did. And I bought a car I really, really, really loved. That eventually ended up being stolen. Anyway, instead of being paid for. But like, I got to use it, and every time I got in it, I was comfortable. It was like being home, because I spent towards the end I didn't drive much, but back then when I bought it, I look at it this way: this is home. I'm sitting in my home for 2 hours a day. Yeah, but it's too much like hard work. That's the problem with relationships, is they either are too much like hard work, which is best to know that right up front. That's why people get upset when they, with these kind of situations. I say, be thankful, because it's better to know that right up front than later down the road. Later down the road, it's just, yeah, no, 30 minutes I would do. I mean, I wouldn't, it's not something ideal, but that I'd consider, especially, for example, like from here in Ireland, if it's south, north, oh, hell no. Because that's a nightmare. That's a nightmare. But like, if somebody lived like inland, I live on the coast, or down the coast, 30 minutes, I would do that. Because you go there like once on the weekend. It's not a lot of fuel. You go down the motorway, purr down the motorway. Nice leisurely drive. Well, yeah, if you live a bit closer, you'd want to visit. But I don't ever want to have a long distance relationship again, because it always comes down to a very simple question: do you want to move? Or does the person you're dating want to move? Because no one thinks about it. They go, oh, it's love, it's Tinder. We swipe left, swipe right, side, and they don't think about the outcome of this. Someone has to move, or you just have a forever online, nothing ever happens relationship. So someone has to move. So do you want to move? Are you prepared to move? No, of course not. Then why should the other person? And it's like, they don't. No, that's unimportant. It's just nonsense. We're not going to think about that. It's boring stuff. You're half American. You might be half American genetically. If you haven't lived there, you're not really American. You don't know the way. It's like me. People look at me and they think, "Oh, you're European." I said, "No, I'm not European. I'm fucking African as you can get." I have no idea what. I don't know Europe. I don't even claim to know Europe. I only know this part of Europe, and I don't like anything I see. I don't like it. I'm not a European. Although a lot of people would argue, simple matter. I was born in Africa, therefore I'm African. If I was born in Europe, I'd be a European. I might be Caucasian. I'm still not European. But then if you're half American, you shouldn't have had a problem going in, though. Because one of your parents will still have a American birthright or certificate or passport or something of that nature. Biology, well, Americans aren't American. There's no such thing as Americans. Americans are just bred out of Irish, German, Italian, European. That's what Americans are. They are Europeans. Oh, culturally, as in, yeah. So technically, America, Americans aren't American. They're European, genetically speaking. They're Americans because they're born in America. Like, if I had a child and I moved there, it would technically be American as well. I'd be African, the child would be American. So together we'd be African American. That would be funny. That would actually be so funny. A white African from Africa having a child in America and calling him African American. Oh, that would be scandalous. That would be so funny. I must go to bed. I enjoyed that little computer talk. I might trip down memory lane. The Sound Blaster Live, Henk, I'm telling you now, the Sound Blaster Live card, I have not heard anything like it. And I've heard some very good cards. And I actually bought a newer version of it because I just missed it so much. And not that one. I actually bought an older Sound Blaster card that could still do some of the things that the old card could do because I just missed it so much. The sound, the spatial separation, it was just so amazing. That I've also got. I've got that in a trunk. I don't know what condition it's in. I've got my NVIDIA 1080 Ti. I've got my sound card in there. I think I've got my MSATA card in there because you can't get them. I took the front out of the box because you can't get them anymore either. I still have 2 drives that run off MSATA. I don't know why that never caught on. Yeah, Audigy 1 was what came afterwards. I had the Sound Blaster Live 1, which is the first. But the Sound Blaster Live was just the most amazing thing. I have a lot of experience with it, but I have not heard anything that I've owned or other people that I've heard that gave me as much satisfaction. And eventually I had to give it up. It was quite a nightmare because the drivers and that weren't being kept updated. And eventually literally it fell apart kind of thing. The jack started getting a lot of interference. I couldn't use it any longer. I was so pissed off because I loved the Sound Blaster Live. It was just the most amazing thing. I think mine might actually be the Audigy. It might be but an older version because it still had the old software that I wanted. The problem with the sound cards is that sometimes they have the bare minimum support, but it doesn't give you what the card can actually do. Like those Sound Blaster Lives, I used to create sound like sound profiles. So like I could turn my office into like a rave auditorium with reverb. You could add a whole lot of different effects to it, like a wah wah and it, like I can't even remember what they called them. It was amazing. So like you could switch between like. Yeah, that's the problem. That's the biggest problem with and I might have the same. I used to work on the It used to work on Windows 8, so that's what I had on the last machine that I had in Africa. So I'm assuming it will still probably work on Windows 10. I might still have them in like saved somewhere on one of my archives. So like I literally, like, so if I was in the mood to like just listen to loud music, like I'd put on like rave music and put on the Warehouse, my modified version of the Warehouse, which had reverb, and it was just amazing. It just made the room just sound massive. It was, the technology was just amazing. And everybody's going, oh, I've got a sound card in the machine. I said, that real tech crap is nothing. It's a piece of shit. It's never been good. It's just been, it makes sound. That's all it does. Daniel K. Driver. I'm trying to remember which one I had. I literally can't remember. I remember I sat on Amazon and I was looking at all the old cards that still supported at least in part of the old system, and then I bought that one. I just bought that one. I bought one of the older ones because I wanted, and I mean, it's not like a graphics card where you need more RAM and more RAM. I just wanted to recreate that original sounds, that surround sound that I used to have with the Sound Blaster 1. So I bought that. And it wasn't the surround sound card. The Sound Blaster Live was quadraphonic. It had, so what I did, I actually had homemade speakers on it. I think I had two computer speakers on the front ones, and I had two big ones that I had made myself on the back speakers, and I had to actually balance them because the front speakers weren't as strong as the back, so the back actually were overpowering. So I actually had the back ones turned down, like the volume turned way down. I think it actually plugged in through my hi-fi. I think when I used the back ones, like I was playing games in there, I think they ran through the hi-fi. No, the real tech today is it's okay. That's it. It's okay. I mean, there are. I mean, I believe there are better sound cards than the Creative Labs. Hey, Godesu, the Q's Clue is closed. I'm sorry. I had a migraine earlier, and it's getting late, so we're just chatting. We're just actually just chatting about computers. But tomorrow, if you come back about 4 hours earlier, 4 to 5 hours earlier, I'll be fresh and we can do some readings tomorrow. The real tech has always been very budgety. It's been the cheapest kind of sound card you could actually get. I had also a Sonic. Who used to make the Sonics? They actually weren't bad. They were kind of a cheap knockoff of, well, not, it wasn't cheap, but like a cheaper knockoff of the old Sound Blaster 16s. And when my Sound Blaster Live eventually packed up, I had to remove it. I was going to put the two things on, like I said, on a frame and just put it on my wall. And the Sonic one, I'm trying to remember who used to make the Sonic. It might have been Asus. It was actually not bad. It was very ineconomic compared to sound cards. It was very inexpensive, and it captured a lot of the old Sound Blaster Live. It even mimicked a lot of the settings and a lot of stuff, but it was limited in a way. But the Sound Blaster Live was just amazing. I had different settings. Like I had a completely flat setting. Obviously, when I was working with audio, I didn't want effects. Then I had like a normal, just like a lounge setting, and then I had the rave setting, which would like literally the sound reverb of the walls kind of thing, and echo. And they had you could add up, I think, up to 4 or 6 different effects into the Sound Blaster Live, and that was the difference as well. You paid extra to get more stuff. And then it had all the MIDI inputs and outputs. That's why it had the additional card that plugged into the motherboard of the sound card, and then you got additional. I don't even remember. You had SPDFs, I think, already. You had the old jack, that big round jack that went in. Then you had obviously the 4 different channels. You had a separate microphone. You had separate earphone. And of course, it didn't fit on all one card, so it had the 2 cards. So at the back, you had a dual card. Anyway, I'm going to get going. It's time to go to bed. I'm tired of people just come in and they can't even be bothered to say hello, goodbye, or anything. They just sort of pop on, and it just, when they can't join, they just fuck off. So I'm tired. I'm going to get going. Hank, you enjoy your evening further. Who is still streaming though? I don't think there's anybody out. I would go and stream. I'll go and raid. Who else is, who's on? There's someone who blocked me streaming. It'd be funny going on there. I would actually, if I wasn't in a mood, I'd actually go and raid them just to piss them off because they blocked me. They won't be able to see. I would go and raid in, and they won't be able to see me saying anything. That would be so fucking funny. That would really, Hank, that would be so funny to actually go and raid someone who's blocked me. Show them up for being such a silly little person. That would be so funny. I'm too tired. I can't be bothered. Right, anyway, I'm out of here. Tomorrow I got to work again on the book. Good night, everybody. Thank you for whoever's still hanging around, lurking, whatever. Bye.